and from Secretary that critical minerals are materials that are essential to modern technologies, including those that will help us transition to net zero and frankly protect our national security. So as you can see, demand for critical minerals is only going to go up and fast. And yet, supply of these are being subject to disruption. It's very, very vulnerable to disruption. But Australia and the Philippines, we have plenty of critical minerals, yet supply chains to date have been highly concentrated, making it fragile, volatile, and unreliable. In these cases, markets cannot actually adequately price and manage risks, and businesses cannot compete on a level playing field. This is why there is a clear role for like-minded countries to work together, and for governments to work with the private sector to build diverse, resilient, and sustainable supply chains. And that is exactly what the Australian government is doing right now. Following the launch of our critical minerals strategy in June last year, the Australian government has already co-invested in 3 critical minerals projects with the private sector in Australia. And Australia is looking to build international partnerships through collaboration with our like-minded countries like the Philippines. So this focus by the Philippines on critical minerals could not have come at a better time. So you wonder why I'm so excited. Now the third reason why we are so excited is because as per Australia's Southeast Asia Economic Strategy to 2040, which was launched last year, we see huge potential in mining for a great increase in our two-way trade and investment between our two countries. Given Australia's expertise and the Philippines' commitment to developing a world-class, sustainable, environmentally friendly mining sector, really, our strategic partnership is one that is made in heaven. It's a perfect match. We should definitely get Australian companies to invest in the Philippine mines, and we should definitely get them to provide the latest mining equipment, technology, and services to Philippine mining companies. We at the Australian Embassy are doing our absolute best to drum up interest among Australian companies by promoting all the great opportunities in the Philippines and utilising our newly established deal team to match Australian investors to Philippine projects. In fact, only early this week, I was meeting with the Chief Commercial Officer of one of the major mining companies in Australia to do just that. But you know, interestingly, during our conversation, he raised 4 questions to me, which I want to share with you right now, because it provides great insights to what foreign investors are looking for. The first question he asked was, how can we be sure that the Philippine government won't change its mind or its rules down the track? Right? That was the first question. And I looked to the secretaries with that question. The second question he asked was, is there enough scale in mining? It's got to be worth our while. We're not in it for little bickies. Third question he asked was, what is the security situation like in the Philippines, especially in Mindanao? Okay. And finally he asked, is there community support for mining? Now, none of these questions may come as a surprise to you, and I know that there is a lot of work underway to address them. And in fact, I'm sure even this conference is going to go a long way in providing answers to these questions. And of course, Australia will be right beside you to continue to provide whatever assistance you need for you to succeed. So I'm confident that together, Australia and the Philippines can achieve a true win-win outcome where we lift the living standards of all Australians and Filipinos. Mabuhay and maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Ambassador HKU. Now, to also talk about the building strategic partnerships for critical mineral value chains, we are also honored to have with us today the Ambassador of Canada to the Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, let us give a warm welcome to His Excellency David Hartman.
I don't know, ladies and gentlemen, if this is the time that I should curse the alphabet, A, C. It's, anyhow, in all candor, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Bonjour. Magandang umaga sa inyo lahat. Thank you to the Department of Environment and Natural Resources and Stratbase for inviting me here today to this most prestigious industry event. I would like to recognize Environment and Natural Resources Secretary, Antonia Yolo-Lizaga, NEDA Secretary Balasacan, my colleagues, fellow members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished speakers, and guests. And again, a good morning to you all. As those of you today will certainly appreciate, mining, drilling, and extracting resources from the earth are essential components of our modern economy, part of essential value chains that are necessary to provide the raw materials that fuel our industries, power our homes, and drive innovation. And although the mining industry is central to fueling our livelihoods, we know that the mining industry is not without its challenges. From environmental concerns to labor issues, there are legitimate reasons for us to approach the industry prudently. We have seen the devastating effects of irresponsible mining practices on our land, our water, and our communities, and we have all heard the stories of workers risking their lives while working in dangerous conditions. Yet, despite these challenges, I firmly and resolutely believe that the mining industry can, and indeed must, play a role in building a brighter future for all. First and foremost, a robust mining industry creates jobs, good jobs that sustain families and support communities. Both in Canada and the Philippines, these industries have long been pillars of local economies, providing stable employment and economic opportunity for generations. As we look to recover from the economic challenges of the past few years, we cannot afford to overlook the potential that these industries have to create new jobs and spur economic growth in regions that have often been left behind. A few weeks ago, I had the opportunity to visit the Masbate Gold Project, a mine owned and operated by Canadian company B2 Gold. There I witnessed firsthand the transformative potential of sustainable and responsible mining. I was particularly impressed by the number of women employed at the mine site. As both mining experts and leaders, these women brought unique skills and perspectives that helped to enhance the productivity, safety, and sustainability of mining operations. But a healthy mining industry is not just about jobs. It is also about broader economic development. The resources we extract from the earth, whether it's precious metals, natural gas, or minerals, are the building blocks of our economy. They are used to manufacture everything from cars to computers, from skyscrapers to smartphones. Without a reliable supply of these resources, our economy would simply grind to a halt. So when we talk about the importance of the extractive industry, the mining industry, we are fundamentally talking about the foundation of our entire economy. And of course, jobs and economic development are important, but we also need to consider the role that these industries can play in our shared transition to a clean energy future. Make no mistake, we are in the midst of a global energy revolution. The days of relying solely on fossil fuels are numbered, and we must embrace cleaner, more sustainable sources of energy if we are to avoid the worst effects of climate change. But here's the thing. The transition to clean energy will require massive amounts of raw materials, things like lithium, cobalt, and rare earth minerals, to which Canada and the Philippines are both blessed with in abundance. So if we are serious about building a clean energy future, we need to be equally serious about ensuring a responsible and sustainable supply of these critical resources. This will require investing in innovative technologies and techniques to make mining cleaner and more efficient. It means holding mining companies accountable for their environmental and social impacts. And it means supporting efforts to reclaim and repurpose old mine sites, turning them into sources of renewable energy or green spaces for communities. As many of you here today will have heard me say before, Canada is indeed a proud mining country. and we are blessed to have one of the largest and most diversified mining industries in the world. Our mineral sector includes exploration, mining, and related support activities, primary processing, and downstream product manufacturing. Indeed, the extractive industries in Canada are a mainstay of the Canadian economy, supporting over 860,000 jobs with economic activity in all 10 of our provinces and 3 of our territories, and accounting for approximately 12% of our gross domestic product. As such, governments at all levels across Canada have an unwavering commitment to growing the industry and welcoming new, responsible players to the table. The mining sector is, therefore, clearly a significant and important contributor to the livelihoods of many people and communities across the vast expanse of Canada, including very often in rural and isolated areas of our country, and often on Indigenous lands. This too is also the case here in the Philippines, with mines generating economic activity in some of the most remote regions of the country and on or near ancestral domains. Now, given Canada's long history in mining and the various lessons learned by our industry and government, Canadians have come to expect that all activities conducted along the mineral value chain, from exploration to manufacturing, are done in a responsible and sustainable manner. In 2019, following broad consultations with provincial and territorial government ministers, mining industry stakeholders, Indigenous peoples, and the public, Canada launched our National Canadian Minerals and Metals Plan. Today, the CMMP represents a significant milestone in our country's mining history. This plan provides the vision, principles, and strategic direction that government, industry, and stakeholders can use to drive industry competitiveness and long-term success. More recently, in December of 22, the Government of Canada launched the Canadian Critical Minerals Strategy to support the development of domestic and global value chains for green and digital economy and increase the supply of responsibly sourced critical minerals. This national strategy is backed by $3.8 billion in funding over 8 years to support the development of domestic critical mineral value chains by driving research, innovation, and exploration, accelerating responsible project development, building sustainable mining-related infrastructure, advancing reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, and strengthening global supply chains by supporting global partnerships with bilateral and multilateral critical mineral commitments. Ladies and gentlemen, resource development and environmental conservation are not mutually exclusive, but they do require a deliberate effort to enact and implement effective regulations and to adopt responsible mining practices. In this regard, I would like to highlight that both Canada and the Philippines are members of the Intergovernmental Forum on Mining, Minerals, and Sustainable Development, also known as the IGF. The IGF has become the world's leading institution for advancing sustainable mining principles and practices, and now counts over 80 countries as members. And together, there is much more that Canada and the Philippines can do. Under the 2023-2028 Philippine Development Plan, the Philippines has identified critical minerals as a priority for development and investment. Canada, and indeed Canadian companies, stand ready to support the Philippines in harnessing the potential of these minerals through research and development collaboration, capacity building and training, and encouraging greater uptake of value-added processing among Canadian companies already domiciled right here in the Philippines. We commit to working closely with industry stakeholders to prioritize value-added processing and downstream industries to capture more of the economic value of the mineral resources of the Philippines. We would also like to ask our Filipino partners and friends to ensure that there is a reliable and predictable and enabling environment for businesses to operate in. This includes creating greater clarity in the permitting process and working to harmonize processes with provincial governments. We support the implementation of the Green Lanes Initiative for Strategic Investments, including an Executive Order 18, to reduce red tape and expedite approvals for securing licenses and permits for critical investment projects, and we look forward to seeing mining projects added under this important initiative. From my discussions with Canadian companies that operate in the Philippines, I have heard about the need to rationalize the mining fiscal regime, reducing the annual effective tariff rate and bringing it into alignment with other countries throughout the ASEAN region. I understand that the House of Representatives passed a House bill enhancing the fiscal regime for the mining industry in 2023, and that it is currently being assessed by the Senate Committee on Ways and Means. My government, and importantly, Canadian industry, are following this closely and hoping for a positive outcome. Enhancing the case of doing business in the sector also includes digitalizing exploration and mining permitting processes with technologies and services supplied by reputable and trustworthy partners. We envision that by taking these actions together, we can position the Philippines as a key player in the global supply chain, attracting investment, creating jobs, and driving future economic growth. As a responsible steward of natural resources, Canada is helping to partner with the Philippines to help ensure that environmental sustainability, social responsibility, and good governance are at the forefront of our collective efforts and support to the vital mining sector. For Canada, responsible business conduct is central to our trade diversification strategy and our national approach to inclusive trade and sustainable economic development. Canada's responsible business conduct strategy provides a framework and tools to assist all Canadian companies to integrate leading responsible business practices into their operations, no matter their size, sector, or the scope of their activities. RBC is about de-risking and mainstreaming the management of risks to the environment, to people, and to society overall within core business activities. Furthermore, many of you with us here today will have heard about the Towards Sustainable Mining Initiative, developed by the Mining Association of Canada. TSM serves as an excellent example of how resource development can coexist with environmental conservation and how partnerships can be fostered between mining companies, civil society, Indigenous stakeholders, and communities. In Canada, TSM's transparent reporting on performance has allowed the mining sector to take a detailed look at the sustainability performance of specific mine sites. This is the result of the annual assessment of the mine sites and the publication of their performance against the indicators outlined in the TSM protocols. TSM is now considered to be a globally recognized sustainability program that supports mining companies in managing key environmental and social risks. Here in the Philippines, the Chamber of Mines adopted the TSM standard in 2017, making the Philippines the first country in the Indo-Pacific to adopt the TSM standards. For this, I want to congratulate the Chamber of Mines of the Philippines for establishing its 8 protocols, which has jump-started the process for self-assessment of the performance of Chamber of Mines member companies. As the Philippines charts its course for nurturing and facilitating a robust and responsible mining sector, including through the development of a critical minerals strategy, Canada will remain as a reliable and steadfast partner. This is why I'm delighted to share with you today that Canada has already deployed an expert to enhance the DENR's existing environmental impact assessment process for the mining sector, and that we hope to build internal capacity in the Environmental Management Bureau and Mines and Geosciences Bureau. This effort will complement our growing portfolio of bilateral projects while supporting the protection and management of ecosystems, while also supporting livelihoods for communities, the latest of which I was pleased to launch alongside Secretary Lazaga just last week. A fit-for-purpose environmental impact assessment process is required to sustainably protect, conserve, and manage natural resources. It must also support the government's roadmap to grow the mining sector and help overall business readiness of the Philippines in processing applications for mining projects while ensuring compliance with internationally accepted standards of the mining industry. Getting this balance right is not easy, but it is indeed essential. Moreover, I am happy to add that later this year, Canada will support the deployment of experts who will work closely with the National Chairperson for Indigenous Peoples and other government agencies to empower Indigenous communities to meaningfully participate in and benefit from mining activities while minimizing environmental impacts. This builds on the Embassy of Canada's support for the NCIP's participation a few months ago at the world's premier mineral exploration and mining convention, the Prospectors Developers Conference, held annually in Toronto in Canada. We were delighted to develop a fulsome program for the NCIP delegation, including productive engagement with Canadian Indigenous leaders and industry experts. So ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, Canada is keen to share our experience on responsible mining, and we are ready to commit further resources to support the government of the Philippines in strengthening its capacities in this critical sector. To our government of the Philippine partners, I extend an open invitation to share your technical assistance requirements with my team and I at our embassy. My commitment to you is to give your request priority consideration. Where we can support and bring value-added expertise, we will make every effort to do so. So finally, I want to speak for a few moments just about the posture of Canadian mining companies in the Philippines. Canada is proud to be the largest foreign investor in the mining sector in the Philippines, and Canadian companies are known to have some of the highest environmental and labor standards in the Philippines, providing and leading in disaster relief in the wake of typhoons and other natural disasters, developing education and capacity building programs, engaging in rural infrastructure development and reforestation and environmental protection. Last May, I had the opportunity to visit the Sienna Gold Project, which is operated by a Canadian company, TVI Resource Development. There, I witnessed firsthand the transformative potential of sustainable and responsible mining, as exemplified through their communal farm, teaching facilities, and reclamation projects. Mining with sustainability in mind empowers not just the organizers involved, but the communities they engage with. It underscores the enduring impact of Canadian investment when approached responsibly and sustainably. Together, Canadian firms operate numerous mine sites across the country, focusing on extraction and value-added processing. We are proud that these companies have received several awards for their exemplary performance in implementing world-class environmental standards, safety standards, and perhaps most importantly, adopting essential community engagement protocols as part of robust corporate social responsibility programs. We are also proud to have a Canadian NGO, the Artisanal Gold Council, working to provide positive changes to the Philippines' artisanal and small-scale gold mining sector in new and innovative ways, with the goal of significantly reducing the use of mercury in industry to help improve the lives of miners. Therefore, I would like to conclude my remarks this morning by conveying to you Canada's strong and unwavering commitment to the Philippines and to the Philippine mining sector. As mining countries, we should not shy away from proudly and publicly declaring our support for this vital and important industry. Indeed, without a vibrant and dynamic mining sector, we would not have the capacity to address the global energy transition and fight against climate change. Yet, to have a vibrant and sustainable mining sector, countries must have a stable and predictable regulatory framework, and they must be willing and able to attract long-term partnerships with responsible investors. The Philippines, much like Canada, has a pivotal role to play in addressing the crucial challenge of sustainable development and transitioning towards renewable energy sources. This transition relies heavily on our securing sustainable access to critical minerals, and both of our countries play key roles in this essential output. So in this spirit, let us all work together in ensuring that the highest environmental, social, and corporate governance standards are observed in shaping the future of the Philippines mining industry. And with that, I am both happy and proud to declare to you all today that Canada, my friends, is a highly capable, dependable, ready, and willing partner in this important endeavor. So thank you all very much. Merci beaucoup. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Ambassador David Hartman. So to deliver the next speech, we are also privileged to have with us today the Ambassador of the Delegation of the European Union to the Philippines. Let us all welcome His Excellency Luc Veron.
Good morning. Magandang umaga sa inyong lahat. And it's a great pleasure to be here today. I would like to greet, of course, the co-organizers, the DNR and the Secretary Loizaga, and Professor Manhit, as well, of course, as Secretary Balisacan this morning, and my colleagues, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to be part of this conversation this morning on the revitalizing of the Philippine mining industry. It's a very important issue. I have the honor to represent the European Union in the Republic of the Philippines alongside some of 16 of our member states here present in Manila. We have the privilege to represent the 450 million European Union citizens and consumers. I will not spend a long time on the why, on the rationale, why it is so important, because first, Dido, then the secretaries, and some of my colleagues on the line, the why. Why is it so important to care about the extractive industries and mining for our future, for our green future, for our survival, for our security and survival? So there are so many good reasons for being attentive to this very important industry. I would like to add maybe one additional argument that we have observed in the last few years with the pandemic, then with the Russian aggression against Ukraine, now with the war in the Middle East, that our supply chains are fragile, and therefore the diversification of our supply chain is super important. From the perspective of the European Union, it is imperative that the mining industry would have very strong environmental, social, and governance standards that are embedded in the daily practices of the mining industry. And I would like my colleague, the Ambassador of Australia, HK, make 3 points. 3 points which would be about how we put our own European Union house in order on the critical material with our legislation. The second is on international partnership, which is the subject of this panel. And the third, I would like to mention also the Mineral Security Partnership Forum in a few moments. So let's start with how we put our own house in order with the Critical Raw Material Act that was just adopted by the European Union on 18 March. The objective of this act is to increase and diversify the critical raw material supply of the European Union, to strengthen circularity, the circular economy, including recycling, and to support research and innovation on resource efficiency and the development of substitutes. We believe it will improve the EU capacity to monitor and mitigate the risks of disruption of the supply chain of critical raw material. And under this act, we have identified 34 critical raw materials which are important for the EU economy and face risk of disruption, of which 17, half of them, are designated as strategic because of their importance and global demand-supply imbalances. The second point I would like to make is about international partnership. As regards our engagement with source countries, the European Union has signed memoranda of understanding and strategic partnerships with various countries around the world. Besides diversifying the supply of critical raw material, our objective is, of course, to raise the standards for raw material extraction and refining and create a competitive environment, as opposed to the current global quasi-monopolistic situation and an industry that has been plagued by grievances, in particular from the local communities. So far the European Union has signed with Argentina, Chile, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Namibia, and Zambia. While the contents of this memorandum may vary for different reasons, in particular the needs and circumstances of the partners, the agreements focus on cooperation on raw material in areas such as the integration of raw material value chain, new business models, and the promotion and facilitation of trade and investment linkages, business responsibility, mobilization of funding for business development and infrastructure, capacity building, cooperation on research and innovation, regulatory development, standards and certification. And these agreements also include provisions on green mining, references to labor standards, and human rights, as often accompanied by EU Global Gateway funding products that offer attractive public-private investment and capacity building packages. The third point I would like to make briefly this morning is the recent initiative by the European Union and the United States entitled Mineral Security Partnership Forum. I would like to say right away that my three partners in this forum this morning, Australia, Canada, and Japan, are already partners of this forum. The aim of this forum that was launched in Leuven, Belgium on the 5th of April is to bring raw material producing and raw material consuming countries together. And the work of the MSP, the Mineral Security Partnership Forum, will be developed around two strands. First, there will be a project group focused on supporting and accelerating the implementation of sustainable critical materials projects. And the second would be an open policy dialogue that will identify policies for boosting sustainable production and local capacities, facilitate regulatory cooperation to foster fair competition, transparency, and predictability, and promote high environmental, social, and governance standards. The membership of the MSP Forum will be open to partners who are ready to commit to the key MSP principles, including diversification of global supply chains and high environmental standards, among other things. So we hope, of course, that the Philippines, which participated in Leuven at the launch events, will join as a full member as well. And I will just stop here in the interest of time and to pursue the conversation by saying that with these three initiatives, putting our house in order, signing bilateral international partnerships, promoting together with our friends and allies Mineral Security Partnership Forum, we hope, working with these partners, not only to increase, which is a legitimate concern as security of supply of critical raw material for our economy, but also to create a more balanced and more sustainable global raw material value chain network for the benefit of all. And we do believe that in this context, for the EU, the Philippines is a very important partner. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Luc Veron. And finally, we are honored to have with us today the Ambassador of Japan to the Philippines. Let us give a warm welcome to His Excellency Endo Kazuya.
It's a huge gathering. Magandang po sa inyong lahat. Honorable Secretary Loizaga, Secretary DNR, Honorable Secretary Pagsakan Neda, Professor Mankit, President of Strat-Based ADR Institute, esteemed officials from the Philippine government, friends from the private sector and diplomatic corps, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a true honor for me, a newcomer to Manila, to attend this important gathering and present Japan's perspective on this important matter. In today's interconnected global economy, the availability and responsible management of critical minerals are even more critical than ever. Critical minerals such as lithium, nickel, and cobalt are building blocks of modern society. They are essential for the production of a wide range of goods, from smartphones, electric vehicles, to medical devices and clean energy technologies. According to the International Energy Agency, the market for critical minerals have grown to up to $320 billion in the last 5 years. With the growing demand for such minerals, there is no denying that there are also several key challenges that need to be addressed to ensure their stable and sustainable supply. One of these is the dependence on a few key suppliers. Many critical minerals are sourced and smelting processes are done only from a limited number of countries, leading to supply chain vulnerabilities in case of geopolitical tensions, trade disputes, or natural disasters in these regions. For Japan and the Philippines, the import and export of critical minerals play a significant role in the economic relationship between the two countries. Japan is a major importer of minerals from the Philippines, including nickel, copper, and iron, which are essential for its manufacturing and technology industries. The Philippines, on the other hand, is a key exporter of these minerals, as well as other resources such as gold and chromite. The trade of critical minerals between Japan and the Philippines is crucial for both nations' economies. Japan relies on a stable and diversified supply of these minerals to support its industrial activities. It is of great importance for both Japan and the Philippines to continue fostering cooperation in the import and export of critical minerals, ensuring a mutually beneficial relationship that supports sustainable development and economic prosperity for both nations. Japan's Sumitomo Metal Mining is the only company in the Philippines that operates a smelting plant with advanced technology. As price of critical mineral, including nickel, could be volatile, stable business environment is essential. And I would like to thank the government of the Philippines for its continuous support for maintaining such environment. By working together to address challenges and opportunities in the mineral trade, Japan and the Philippines can further enhance our strategic partnership and contribute to the growth of our respective industries. With the increasing complexity of the global landscape and changes in the world's socio-economic structure, and in light of the growing importance of preventing economic activities that may cause harm to the security of the nation and its citizens, Japan enacted the far-reaching economic security law in May 2022, 2 years ago exactly. This Economic Security Promotion Act stipulates that the government formulates a basic policy and introduces necessary systems to effectively promote economic measures in ensuring national security. The Act also provides that the Japanese government will support private businesses that are working to secure stable supplies of key specific products, including critical minerals. As of today, the Japanese government has designated rare earths, lithium, nickel, cobalt, graphite, manganese, gallium, germanium, and uranium as crucial minerals, or critical minerals. In November 2023, Prime Minister Kishida visited Manila and led the signing of the Memorandum of Cooperation on Mining Sector between the Agency for Natural Resources and Energy of Japan and the Department for Environmental and Natural Resources of the Philippines. I would like to share with you the areas of cooperation that both governments agreed upon. One, improvement of mineral policies related to exploration, development, and operation. Two, sharing of information on supply and demand of mineral resources, regional contributions, and research and development related to recycling of critical minerals. Three, ensuring safety in the mining sector. Four, appropriate environmental impact assessments. Five, fair and appropriate business activities. And six, improvement of investment environment to attract investors. The Japan Organization for Metals and Energy Security, a public-private entity that aims to secure natural resources for Japan, is the body supporting DNR in the evaluation and monitoring of the impacts of closed mines on the surrounding environment. JOGMEC provides financial and technical assistance to businesses engaged in geological surveys and mines development in Japan and foreign countries to achieve the goal of sustainable supply of resources and energy. There are also other government-attached financial institutions such as the Japan Bank for International Cooperation, JBIC, and Nippon Export and Investment Insurance, NEXI, that have established a system to support Japanese companies developing mines and overseas. The historic first ever Japan, Philippines, US trilateral summit held on April 11th in Washington, D.C., marked a significant milestone in the collaboration between our three nations, including realm of mineral resources. At the summit, the leaders from Japan, the Philippines, and the United States stated their support for critical minerals industries in all their countries to promote resilient and reliable global supply chains for critical minerals. Japan is willing to consider the joint geological survey to evaluate the potential of mineral resources such as nickel in response to the proposal from the Philippines. Japan also anticipates the participation of the Philippine government in the Critical Mineral Security Partnership Forum. Given this background, we would like to further deepen our partnership with DNR and to further discuss the possible collaborations in the future. In conclusion, I would like to emphasize once again that the Philippines and Japan share a long history of cooperation and mutual respect. Both countries recognize the significance of critical minerals in various industries by working together to build strategic partnership in the critical minerals value chain. We can ensure a stable and sustainable supply of these essential resources. Collaboration between the Philippines and Japan in this area holds immense potential for economic growth, innovation, and environmental sustainability. By leveraging each other's strengths and expertise, we can create value-added opportunities that benefit both our nations and contribute to the global economy. I sincerely hope that all stakeholders present here today to seize this opportunity to forge strong partnerships, exchange knowledge and technology, and drive forward the development of critical mineral value chains, particularly between the Philippines and Japan. Maraming salamat po at mabuhay.
Okay, before we proceed to our next panel, we will have a photo opportunity first with our esteemed guests. So may we invite back on stage Secretary Loizaga, please. And may we also invite on stage Secretary Balisacan, Professor Manhit, and we'll have a photo with the ambassadors first. Hold on. All right, thank you very much to our ambassadors. Ma'am, may you request for you to stay on stage, and Professor Manhit. We'll have a photo now with Secretary Loizaga, Professor Manhit, and all the panelists who are already here in the venue. So may we call on all the panelists for this morning and until this afternoon. to please come on stage for the photo opportunity. Again? I'll do a quick roll call. Do we have, maybe call on Yusek Severino Rodolfo, Yusek Quinty Fentevella, Mr. Residoro, Mr. Washburn, and Yusek CP David, please, Attorney Mike Toledo, Attorney Dante Bravo, and Mr. Joey Aison. Also, Director General Ernesto Perez, Attorney Joan Adachi Katiding, Attorney Roderick Salazar, Engineer Michael Cabalda, and Ms. Jennifer Pia Sibog Las. Also, if Governor Daxua is here already, Engineer Luis Sarmiento, Yusek Marilu Ernie, Mr. Shishan Wong, Mr. Pocholo Dumondoy. Okay. Okay, and may we request, and we'll do one panoramic photo with the secretary. So that includes everyone here in the venue. Okay, may we request everyone to please stand up. We'll take a photo of the entire venue. So everyone will be included in this photo. Okay, may we request everyone, so when we take this photo, may we request everyone to please not move for 10 seconds. Okay? Okay, everyone, we're taking the photo now, so nobody moves for 10 seconds, please. All right, thank you very much, everyone. You may now take your seats. Okay? So at this this point, we have a special video message from Dr. Daniel Yergin, Vice Chairman of Standard & Poor's Global and author of the book, The New Map. In his video message, he will discuss how the clean energy revolution is reshaping energy security with critical minerals now essential for technologies like wind turbines and electric vehicles. Dr. Yergin will also address geopolitical concerns, emphasizing the need to secure a reliable supply of these minerals amid great power competition. Let us all listen to Dr. Daniel Yergin.
I'm Daniel Yergin, and I'm Vice Chairman of S&P Global, and very pleased to join today on enabling Philippines critical minerals. And I want to express my appreciation to the Strath-based ADR Institute and the Department of Environment and Natural Resources of the Philippines for this opportunity to join you all today. And the topic that I've been asked to speak about is to talk about some of the relevant themes for my new book, the New Map, Energy, Climate, and the Clash of Nations. And I think there are three big topics that are highly relevant for your conference. One is the changing balance in the global energy situation that has come both with the United States now being the world's largest producer of oil and natural gas because of the shale revolution, and what that's meant for the growth of natural gas trade in terms of LNG. And of course, natural gas is become a very important and growingly even more important fuel for the Asia Pacific owing to LNG. So that's one theme that's very relevant. The second, which is much on the minds of people in the Philippines today, is the South China Sea. And when I was writing the new map, I really became very preoccupied with the risks that lie around the South China Sea. And the question, and obviously it's a very important question for the Philippines at this very moment, and will be for the years to come. But the question in my mind was, how did the South China Sea become this big issue? And it really went back to 1933, when three small boats belonging to the French Navy left the then French colony of Vietnam and claimed 9 or 10 islands in the South China Sea, and nobody lived on them really. They just came, put little flags on it and said these are French. Well, when word reached out in Peking, now known as Beijing, it created a fjord and took a few months to get there. In fact, the news flowed through the Philippines to China, and Chinese nationalists who were very preoccupied with the fragmentation of their country got very angry and drew maps showing the South China Sea belonging to China. And then, and that's what the nationalist government adopted. And then when the communists took power in China at the end of the 1940s, they adopted those maps. It was not a big issue until, really until this century it became a much more important issue, and China made it an important issue. And I think it also had to do with energy. Not some people say the energy that lies beneath the seabed, but rather that it's a transit point for so much of China's energy. And so you have China saying that they have historic ownership, which is subject to much debate, versus international law, which says that the South China Sea is open waters and does not belong to any country. So if you want to understand how the South China Sea became such a hot issue, then I would recommend that you read that chapter, those chapters in the new map. And I also have an appendix in the paperback called The Four Ghosts Who Haunt the South China Sea, which was really about the historic stakes, what's at stake in terms of the South China Sea, and the first historic control, which Admiral Genghis from the 14th century, Hugo Grotius, who wrote his famous Law of the Sea, based concept based upon the South China Sea, and then two other figures, Admiral Alfred Mahan and Norman Angell. And I think that appendix, if you can read it, kind of makes vivid what's really at stake and what the risks are. The third part of the book I want to recommend to you is the section on energy transition, which goes exactly to the importance of the topics you're talking about at this conference. What I did is, everywhere in the world I went, I heard people talking about energy transition. I said, well, what is an energy transition? So I looked at all the previous energy transitions of the world and saw, and I actually said it began in January of 1709, the energy transition, and they've really been energy additions, because people, oil overtakes coal as the world's #1 energy source in the 1960s, but today the world uses 3 times as much coal. Now there's a different kind of energy transition, trying to do in 25 years, or 35 if you're China, or 45 if you're India, to switch from an economy that's largely fuel-based to one that's much more mineral-based. And that means much greater importance to minerals like copper. For instance, an electric car uses 2.5 times more copper than a conventional car. So that's where we are today, and it's become now a major preoccupation of governments. You have the US and the Europeans and the Japanese and some other countries creating a minerals security program in order to diversify supply chains away from the country that now dominates the supply chains in the processing of minerals, which is China. And so it's very striking to see now how the energy transition really is now colliding with great power competition, and of course bringing you back to those issues of Taiwan and the South China Sea. So there's a new strategic intensity and focus on minerals that makes them very important to governments, makes them important to industry, makes them important to consumers, and is why the subject you're talking about today at your conference is so important to the Philippines and to the global community. So those are the themes from the new map I wanted to talk about, which is a changing energy balance, how the South China Sea has become such a focus of contention today, and then energy transition, what that means for minerals, and what that means for global competition. So I thank you for the opportunity to join me, and I wish you great success in your deliberations at this conference.
Hello there. Thank you very much, Dr. Daniel Jurgen. Now, our next speaker will talk about the role of strategic investments in mining to sustain economic growth in the Philippines. We are honored to have with us today the Secretary of the National Economic and Development Authority, Honorable Arsenio Balisacan. Let's give him a round of applause.
My cabinet colleague, Secretary Tony Laisaga, the excellencies present here, and other members of the diplomatic community, good friend and SATBIS Director Dindo Manhit, colleagues in government, partners from the private sector and the development community, all the guests in today's event. A pleasant morning to you all. As we all know and appreciate, the Philippines has vast mineral resources. Roughly 30% or 9 million hectares of the country's land area have high mineral potential. Globally, the country ranks 3rd in gold, 4th in copper, 5th in nickel, and 6th in chromite deposits. But given the many explorations going on, because of the importance of these critical minerals, this ranking could change, but that's where they are now. According to the DNR Mines and Geosciences Bureau, the Philippines mineral resources, including nickel, copper, gold, chromite, and iron, are valued as at $1.6 trillion US. Despite the Philippines' rich mineral resources or deposits, the mining sector has yet to harness its potential fully. Only 0.17% of the known mineral deposits have been developed for production. This underutilization is evident in the modest contribution of mining to the country's economy, standing at a mere 0.5% of our gross domestic product by the end of 2023. Employment in mining and quarrying presently remains low, constituting only about 1/2 or 0.5% of total employment. Furthermore, most of the country's mineral exports are in the raw or unprocessed form, leading to foregone opportunities to leverage our natural resources to produce high-value products and technologies that sustainable and climate-resilient economies demand. As the world steadily transitions toward a low-carbon development pathway, new opportunities have opened for the Philippines. The International Energy Agency projects that the global demand for electric vehicles and battery storage will surge up to 40 times between 2020 and 2040, driving the demand for critical minerals from 400,000 tons to 11.8 million tons within the same period. With abundant reserves of minerals vital to producing green technologies such as solar PVs, wind turbines, and electric vehicle batteries, the Philippines can strategically tap into global markets for these technologies and maximize the value derived from its mineral products. The country can achieve this by further developing downstream metallic and non-metallic processing to support the growth of domestic manufacturing industries for green technologies. We expect the promising mining industry to support our manufacturing, infrastructure, and construction sectors with spillovers to the broader economy through more and higher quality jobs for all Filipinos as we work toward meeting our climate change commitments under the Paris Agreement. However, significant challenges hinder the growth of the mineral industry. The first limitation, as has already been pointed out by excellencies talking earlier, is the availability of technology to process minerals. The second is the substantial capital requirements in operating costs, mainly attributed to high electricity costs. And third is the unstable policy and regulatory environment surrounding mining. Currently, only 7 mineral processing plants are operating in the country, 4 for gold, 2 for nickel, and 1 for copper. To address these challenges, the Philippine Development Plan 2023 to 2028, which serves as the country's medium-term development blueprint, outlines strategies to increase value addition in the mineral industry while also ensuring macroeconomic stability and accelerating climate action toward inclusive growth and a resilient future. Recognizing the immense economic potential that the mining and metallic mineral processing sector holds, we, the Marcos administration's economic team, are already working to together with relevant development agencies like DNR to, one, rationalize the mining fiscal regime to align with global practices, ensuring the public's share in mining revenues while promoting investments and competitiveness in the sector, including metallic processing activities. Two, institutionalize the Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, or EITI, to promote open, accountable management and good governance of mineral resources, ensuring the deployment of internationally best practices and processes in the sector. Three, accelerate R&D and commercialization of green technologies and products by supporting local industries and strengthening partnerships with the private sector, and including the international community, in conducting resource and reserve inventories and developing value-adding activities. Four, deepen reforms and accelerate investment in the energy sector to reduce power costs, especially those stipulated in our Electric Power Industry Reform Act, or EPIRA, particularly the full implementation of retail competition and open access. The government is also working to enhance the reliability of existing power plants and improve maintenance schedules by incorporating climate risk mitigation measures or strategies in energy infrastructure operations and maintenance. 5. Review existing financing facilities and streamline regulatory and permitting processes to reduce operating and logistics costs and boost competitiveness. I am pleased to note that the Anti-Red Tape Authority, or ARTA, is part of this conversation in today's forum. In addition, we look forward to becoming a part of supply chains involving green technologies as we maximize trade deals, international trade deals, bilateral trade deals, such as the CHIPS Act of the United States, which aim to improve the country's semiconductor product assembly, testing, and packaging. This shall also support our efforts to explore and tap into our natural reserves of green metals such as nickel, copper, and cobalt. Our recent tripartite engagement with the US and Japan presents further opportunities in semiconductor supply chains and critical minerals, renewable energy, infrastructure, of course, and upholding peace and cooperation. I was so pleased to hear also that similar interests from our other development partners, from the excellencies who are present here, and we obviously want competition. And competition would serve best the interests of the Filipino people. The government looks forward to working with our partners in the private sector, both domestic and foreign, towards rapid, sustained, and inclusive economic growth, supported by a vibrant and resilient environment. Thank you so much, and I look forward to working with you all.
All right, thank you very much, Secretary Arsenio Balisacan. And that has been a very insightful session. So before we proceed to our next panel, we will have a 10-minute coffee break. So I think we have snacks and coffee outside, right? Yeah, we have snacks and coffee outside. So it's 10:59. Okay, it's 11 o'clock. We'll see you all back here at 11:10. Thank you very much, everyone. please. We will start in a couple of minutes. Thank you. Again, we request everyone to please take your seat and we will start in 1 minute. Thank you. All right, thank you very much, everyone. Hope you enjoyed the coffee and snacks we prepared during that very brief coffee break. All right, so we will now proceed to our first panel discussion. Okay? For our first panel discussion today, we will look into the strategies and insights that aim to strengthen the competitive advantage of the Philippine mining sector in the global arena. This morning, we will be joined by government and industry stakeholders who will explore various opportunities in the dynamic global minerals market. To deliver the first speech, may we call on the Undersecretary for Industry, Development and Investments Promotions at the Department of Trade and Industry, and also the Vice Chairman and Managing Head of the Board of Investments. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Honorable Seferino Rodolfo. Let's give him a round of applause, please.
Sorry, I was not expecting this. I thought all the while that I will just be part of the panel. But nevertheless, my name is Perry Rodolfo. I am from the Board of Investments in the Department of Trade and Industry. Our agency is mainly tasked of number one for export promotion, as you may well know. We have the Export Marketing Bureau, and in that context, one of our biggest exports is minerals. We export about $1 billion worth of minerals every year. Our aim is to really add value to the minerals that we are exporting. If you go by what, for example, Indonesia's experience has been, maybe they were at this point about 10 years ago, $1 billion worth of exports. Now they're doing about $20 billion. So we want to add 20-fold to our exports. And to do that comes another important function of the department with the Board of Investments, which is attracting investments in mineral processing. So that is really our focus of our collaboration with the other government agencies, most particularly the one in charge of mining, which is DNR. DNR leads in the mining, and kami yung taga-salo. So we are for the mineral processing, and then of course working collaboratively with the industry, with the private sector stakeholders. So thank you. Tama ba yun? Just 3 minutes on what we are doing. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Sir. All right. Thank you very much. And then our next speaker is an undersecretary at the Department of Energy. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all give a warm welcome to Honorable Felix William Wimpy Fetavella.
So, hello. Good morning to everyone. My name is Wimpy Fuenteballa from the Department of Energy. So, we just want to inform everyone that the Philippine Energy Plan has the same formula, and it's energy efficiency plus renewable energy plus other energy technologies, which includes the push for electric vehicles, batteries, energy storage systems, and then we added the other two components of synergizing with ICT and resiliency. Now, since the energy sector is more or less or generally true cost, it's easier to analyze how the Filipinos will benefit. And when we examine the supply chain of our targets, for example, in renewable energy, when we target 35% of the generation mix to be renewable by 2030, and it will go up to 50% by 2040, we see that there's a requirement for more wires, other support facilities, and because of that, we were also informed in informal gatherings that we have raw materials being exported, and then our distribution utilities and our utilities for the telecoms would purchase the finished product from another country. And we flag that to the other agencies, and that's why we have an interagency approach on aligning policies and plans. And I think it has already been elevated upon the instruction of the interagency principals, our secretaries, to make sure that we focus on specific projects already so that our numbers as projected will have more empirical data. And so that is where we are. We have already sent a memo as an interagency signed by our principals last July 2023. And we are fleshing out the details on how to pursue that plan. So rest assured that the Department of Energy will work together with the DNR, with our Secretary Leizaga, with NEDA, and the other agencies, DTI, as Yusek Rodolfo already gave his statement, to make sure that the Filipinos would benefit in a transparent way, and we will make sure that everyone will be held accountable in using our natural resources. Maraming salamat po.
All right. Also joining us today is the Executive Director of the Chamber of Mines of the Philippines. Let us all welcome Mr. Ronald Desidoro. Let's give him a round of applause.
Good morning, everybody. Unlike Yusek Quintebella and Yusek Rodolfo, I have the home court advantage. These are my people. So, hello, everybody. You're all looking very well, very stiffy. You clean up well, huh? Usually, I see you're muddy and dirty, but you clean up very well. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I have 3 minutes. With its abundant mineral resources, the Philippines has the potential to become a major player in the global minerals market. However, to achieve this, we must implement strategic measures to strengthen our competitive advantage and be able to position ourselves as a leader in this sector. The Philippines is blessed with vast mineral resources, mainly for gold, copper, nickel, iron, and chromite. Despite this abundance, however, the country has yet to fully harness its mineral potential due to various challenges such as regulatory issues, policy flip-flops, social and environmental concerns, and lack of key infrastructure. This is extremely unfortunate as experts estimate that global demand for copper, nickel, and other critical minerals will increase by 230% by 2050 as the world tries to pivot to a low-carbon future. At this point, I think it would be good to correct the misimpression that the Philippines is among the top 5 most mineralized countries in the world. We are not. What we are, though, is extremely well endowed for nickel, copper, gold, chromite, and iron, and especially for nickel, where the Philippines ranks 6th in the world after Indonesia, Australia, Brazil, Russia, and Cuba. In the last 3 decades, we have also found world-class deposits for copper in South Cotabato, Surigao, and Benguet. Unfortunately, the areas of high mineral potential also overlap significantly with key biodiversity areas and indigenous peoples' ancestral domains. This has made obtaining exploration permits difficult and actual mining near impossible. That said, the Philippines still has a comparative advantage in several areas within the mining sector. Our most significant advantage is our abundant mineral resources. As of July 2023, the PSA records the country's gold reserves at 3.6 million kilograms of mineable reserves and resource, 6.9 million metric tons of copper reserve and resource, 2.1 billion metric tons of nickel reserve and resource, and 127.4 million metric tons of chromite. All these approximately valued at 250 billion pesos if extracted today. Additionally, the country benefits from a relatively young and skilled labor force, which is essential for efficient mining operations. Moreover, its strategic location in Southeast Asia provides access to markets and transportation networks, facilitating the export of mineral products. So these are our comparative advantages. Now, to bolster this, we must make it more attractive for quality investors to come and invest in the country. We must streamline regulatory processes, expedite permitting procedures, and cultivate a positive and open environment for a responsible mining investment. Concurrently, investing in infrastructure, improved road networks, sea and airports, lowered power costs, and enhanced security in mining-centric regions will be imperative to facilitate mineral transport and spur regional economic growth. Moreover, stringent environmental standards and sustainable mining practices are non-negotiable objectives that must be met in our pursuit for global leadership. By embracing technological innovations such as automation and digitalization, we can enhance operational efficiency, safety, and productivity, and enhance our competitive edge on the international stage. Crucially, fostering stakeholder engagement and social responsibility is paramount. Meaningful dialogues with local communities, indigenous groups, and other stakeholders will be instrumental in fostering trust, mitigating conflict, and ensuring that our activities contribute positively to local socioeconomic development. To cement our status as a major player in the global minerals market, diversification of exports, strategic brand building, and talent development will be essential. Collaboration with international counterparts and industry stakeholders will offer avenues for knowledge exchange, technology advancement, and market expansion. Mineral processing, it's been said many times this morning, will be key, but we cannot stop there. To take full advantage of our mineral endowment, we must be able to not just process our minerals, extracting the minerals from the ore, but actually converting these minerals into metals, and then using these raw materials as inputs for manufacturing higher value goods, where the value add is highest. Currently, these value chains are not connected, and we are losing out. And we should, lastly, I think we should just not limit ourselves to mineral exports. We should also look to promoting our skilled drilling, exploration, and service contractors to work in other mining countries. Australia, for instance, is a global market leader in mining equipment, technology, and services across many different technology platforms and commodity segments. The combined mining equipment, technology, and services sector in Australia contribute an estimated 15% to GDP and supports over 1.1 million jobs, almost 10% of all full-time employment. We should look to getting a bigger slice, a bigger share in that market. While we may not have technical equipment manufacturing in the country, we do have professional and technical service contractors that can be promoted, incentivized, and grown. In conclusion, the Philippines stands at the crossroads of opportunity and responsibility. By harnessing our mineral wealth judiciously and ethically, we can emerge as a powerhouse in the global minerals market while championing sustainable development and economic prosperity. Thank you po, and good morning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Residoro. Our next speaker is the Executive Director of Economic Consulting at Standard & Poor's Global Market Intelligence. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Mohsen Bonakdarpour. Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your invitation. I thought I actually will share some of the findings of the research in this space that we have done, and I realized Professor Manhai shared some slides, so I said maybe I can do that as well too. Yeah, we all know that the role of critical minerals and minerals, especially selected items of those, are extremely important in the context of energy transition in global basis. Our studies, our research is very much, in general, data and model and expertise driven, as Dr. Yergen, our Vice Chairman, mentioned. And throughout, basically, the research over the past 3 years, two undertaking was done by our teams that really showed some dark horizons in the outlook. And the reason is that demand for critical minerals and copper is going to really increase exponentially. And we are going to face with a series of challenges on the supply side. And with this, we wanted just to bring that into attention of our findings. If you can go to the next slide. The two studies was actually focused on the future of copper. That was published and publicized in 2022. And the other one is on the IRA and the role of critical mineral in the US. So looking at this chart, basically, the race to net zero emission by 2050 has been proposed by IEA, very much in line with Biden administration, to undertake a path forward to hit three major goals and transfer basically the global economy into a system of energy system that is very clean and reaches 2050 emission path. Aligned with that, US has announced basically the net zero carbon emission by 2050, 100% clean energy by 2035, including adaptions of hydrogen and CCUS, and 50% of the new light vehicle sales by 2030 to be EV oriented. This is very ambitious, and as you see, the target is not really 2050. It's much earlier than that. It's 2030, it's 2035. And our platform, what it does, it takes the most aggressive outlook or a scenario that we will hit 2050 and net zero, and that platform is called multi-tech mitigation scenario, which is very much in line with IEA, and it introduces basically not only standard renewables but also hydrogen as well as CCUS. So if we go to the next slide, in this case, these are basically the result of copper by only showing by 2035. Copper demand for energy transition technologies will more than double from 2021 to 2035, from 8 million metric ton to 21 million metric ton. As you would probably initially expect, of course, the infrastructure will take quite a bit of it, but as you go through the horizon of the outlook, the EVs and automotive industry will start to escalate to the batteries and also the requirement in the copper in the body of the cars. By 2035, 21 million metric ton comprises of infrastructure, solar, wind, and also quite a bit of it devoted to EVs. So what does that mean on the supply side? Are we going to actually be able to produce that on global basis and meet the target? If we go to the next slide, we won't be able to. We run actually two different scenarios under that. One was actually the high ambition scenario, the other one rocky road scenario. Two major assumptions between these two supply outlook was for the high ambition scenario to engage and focus on capacity utilization and also the recycling rate to peak, to really peak during that peak time of 2035 and be equal to the maximum amount of the rates that we had over the historical period. That actually gives us roughly a little bit less than 2 million metric ton shortfalls in copper supply. The rocky road is actually assumes the current trend of utility capacity utilizations and the recycling rate, and it's absolutely stark that we are not going to meet the 2050 net zero emissions, and the shortfall is close to 10 million metric tons. Going to the latest study that we did on the IRA and the critical minerals in the US, as you know, this new policy, among with a series of other large industrial policies, is taking place in the US with a lot of incentive plans and grants to incentivize investors to come into the marketplace. This is the final tweet that we made, that IRA is going to increase actually the shortfall of the critical minerals and copper between 12 to 15%. That requirement shows that we are going to grow roughly around 4 to 6% per year over the 10-year horizon. Incremental requirements only due to energy transition. Conventional copper demand is excluded here, and close to 25% a year growth in those three critical minerals. Now, all that the FTA is actually very important in the context of IRA. They are set only to support these critical minerals by the domestic producers or actually the countries that US has FTA with. So challenges are going to roll in. The same type of initiative has been taken up by the EU Commission, as we heard previously, and also by Japan. So incentives are actually in play to push actually the domestic or the friendly countries to benefit from this IRA. And finally, if you put everything all together, which ones are problematic? Lithium is going to be fine because of recent capacity addition announcements across the board and push actually in the US and to go forward with further processing activities. For cobalt and nickel, the United States will absolutely face some challenges. Majority of the refining and production is not happening in FTA countries, and it is those countries that the United States and Canada do not have relationship with, and we are going to be in a red for that. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Bonac Dafor. Now, our final speaker for this panel is the Mission Director at the United States Agency for International Development, or USAID. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Mr. Brian Washburn.
Thank you and good morning. Thank you for inviting me to be part of this event and part of this panel. On behalf of the U.S. Embassy, I bring you the greetings of our ambassador, Mary Kay Carlson. As mentioned, I represent the U.S. Agency for International Development, or USAID, as the lead U.S. government agency providing development and humanitarian assistance around the world. I'm glad to be here today because mining intersects with so many of our development goals, such as boosting economic prosperity, promoting transparent governments, combating climate change, and protecting the environment. In fact, around the world, USAID has over 20 years of experience supporting responsible supply chains for critical minerals. We're working with our partner countries like the Philippines to support responsible mining that generate jobs and economic prosperity while taking the environment, local communities into consideration. Let's be clear, as we've heard this morning, critical minerals mined responsibly are key to unlocking a low-carbon future. Renewable energy technologies like solar panels, wind turbines, and electric vehicles all rely on minerals like cobalt, nickel, lithium, and rare earth elements. These minerals, many of which are mined right here, are vital for creating a low-carbon economy that will reduce the threat of climate change. We're pleased to see that the Philippine government shares the same vision for being a leader in the clean energy transition. The United States is committed to supporting the Philippines' growth and development goals. As one of 13 partner countries under our U.S. Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, the United States continues to work with the Philippines to promote inclusive economic growth that benefits both workers and consumers alike. Just last month, we heard at the Trilateral Leaders Summit, Japan, the Philippines, and the United States reaffirmed the support for critical minerals in all of our countries as a way to promote resilient and reliable global supply chains. The Philippines has immense mineral resources. The imperative now is for the country to realize the full value of these resources. Data suggests that the Philippines loses an estimated 65% of the value it could have derived from domestic processing by shipping the raw ore abroad. To move up the value chain, the Philippines needs infrastructure and investment to refine these materials in country. And as many of you know, mineral processing requires cost-efficient and stable supply of energy. So it's not just the mining sector we're focused on, but also the power sector. The Philippines has higher power costs than its ASEAN neighbors. That's why USAID is working with the Philippine government to increase generation capacity of clean energy. USAID, through our Energy Secure Philippines project, supported the Department of Energy in launching the first ever Philippines Green Energy Auction Program. And after 2 successful rounds of auctions in 2022 and 2023, this program will bring online more than 5.5 gigawatts of renewable energy between today and 2028. That's enough to power 50,000 electric cars. Aside from our clean energy work, USAID provides direct support to the mining sector. In 2023, we launched a 280 million peso technical assistance program to help develop the Philippines' critical minerals sector. We see ourselves still in startup mode and have found several areas where we will continue to advance responsible mining. First, we're supporting the ease of doing business reforms. Secretary Go has said that these new guidelines that will reduce application processing time for exploration permits and mineral processing operations should come out later this year. Second, we've been pleased to provide technical assistance to the Board of Investments to help them assess big-ticket investment proposals, especially in the mining sector, which can be very complicated. Third, USAID is working with the Philippine Nickel Industry Association. At their request, we're exploring how we can support the development of a robust nickel roadmap in the country. And this will build off the U.S. Trade and Development Agency's forthcoming feasibility study on sustainable nickel processing, as well as the U.S. State Department's cost-benefit analysis on study also on nickel processing. It's a big focus on nickel. Finally, USAID will also continue to help the Philippines comply with global standards set by the Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, or EITI, to preserve environmental safeguards as well as fair labor practices. In closing, we see a real opportunity for the future of mining in the Philippines, and I hope all of you, the business community, government agencies, civil society groups, see USAID as your partner to advance responsible mining. I look forward to the productive discussion ahead.
All right, thank you very much again. And to our speakers for your insightful speeches. So at this point, we will now proceed to our panel discussion. So may we invite again on stage our speakers. So Yusek Rodolfo, Yusek Fantabella, Mr. Residoro, Mr. Bonakdarpour, and Mr. Washburn is already here. So to moderate the discussion, may we call on Attorney Dennis Quintero, partner at Kisumbing Torres Law Firm.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to warmly welcome again our distinguished members of the panel to discuss the topic for this first session, which is strategically positioning the Philippine mining industry in the global minerals market. Of course, I'd like to welcome Undersecretary Pedro Rodolfo, the managing head of the Board of Investments, who's been very active in business matching for our minerals processing sector. Thank you, sir, for your for very actively helping the industry. Ryan of USAID, as Ryan mentioned, the USAID and its sister agency, the US Trade and Development Agency, have been supporting the private and government sector engagement. And in fact, the US Trade and Development Agency have funded feasibility studies for renewable energy as well as nickel processing. Of course, my contemporary in the University of the Philippines, Attorney Ronnie Residoro, is always ably represented at the chamber. And Yusek Wimpy Pentebella, who is my contemporary in college. I'm older than him, but his team, together with Secretary Popo Lapilla, has done a great job in the Department of Energy, especially in terms of measures to liberalize the renewable energy sector, which is really a vital component of for the development of our mining and minerals processing sector, especially as you know, mineral processing is a very energy intensive industry. So we're grateful that Yusek Wimpy is here with us today. And Mosen, of course, for SNP, they've always generously shared their economic analysis and expertise in many of our conferences, like the Mining Philippines. I remember that your colleagues were also in last year's mining conference. Thank you. Okay, so the first question I'd like to ask, maybe this is more directed to our government representatives, but of course our panelists from the private sector may have some comments as well. I'd like to ask about what are the specific initiatives or policies that the government has enacted and put into action meant to enhance the competitiveness of the Philippine mining sector in the global minerals market, and what progress has been made in realizing these goals. I think let's go to mineral extraction first, and maybe I'll ask Attorney Ronnie Residoro to comment on it. So I'll repeat. I think Ronnie was caught by surprise. I'll repeat. So I would like to get your thoughts on the specific initiatives and policies that the government has enacted to enhance the competitiveness of the Philippine mining sector in the global minerals market.
Well, maybe not specific to competitiveness, no, but I would like to appreciate the Department of Environment and Natural Resources for the many initiatives that they are currently pushing to enhance our sustainability and responsiveness to the needs of our stakeholders. I think primary would be the revisit of the Social Development Management Program as a tool to ensure community development and progress. The SDMP program is a 25-year program that really needs to be revisited and enhanced. Secondly, we also appreciate the ongoing digitalization effort of the DNR. We see this as imperative because this will directly address our issues on permitting delays, and because that's the number one stumbling block right now. When permits come out 15 years after you first apply for them, it sort of beats the purpose. So the digitalization effort will allow us to track the progress of pending applications and identify where the blockages come up. So offhand, I think those are the two major ones.
Thank you, Ron. And I think the industry very much appreciates what I think is the unprecedented engagement between the private sector and the government in terms of analyzing and assessing the issues and the gaps, and really working together as partners to move forward the mining sector. And on mineral processing, maybe I'll ask a comment of you, Secretary.
Thank you, Dennis. Maybe I'll take off from what Ronnie mentioned. From the mineral processing side, actually, if you step back a bit, we are really promoting the Philippines as the hub for smart and sustainable manufacturing and services. And this is really where Ronnie's comment on what the DNR's programs on ESG plays an important role. Because if you look at the ultimate buyers of processed minerals, metals, they are also placing an important emphasis in terms of the ESG all throughout the value chain. So we have to start from the extraction side, that we have to be sustainable or responsible, and then moving all the way to the ultimate products that we would like to produce. From the DTI side, the ultimate goal is really an electric vehicle. Meaning that's why our focus has been, okay, we have nickel, it was mentioned earlier by our colleague from SNP, Moshen. When Ronnie mentioned earlier, for example, that the Philippines were not really one of the top 5 mineralized countries, but at least in nickel, copper, and you mentioned cobalt and iron, we do have very substantial resources. But focusing on nickel, which is a very important component for batteries, and in connection with the biggest battery manufacturer in the world, which is China, we are actually the #1 supplier, and you all know this, your exporters. We are actually the #1 supplier of nickel ore exports to China. So ever since Indonesia banned the export of nickel ore, China now imports about 89% of its nickel ore from the Philippines. So just imagine what will happen to China's battery manufacturing if, for example, we suddenly are unable to supply the nickel ore that China needs. Now, that brings me to another important component of our positioning strategy. So we are going to be the hub for smart and sustainable manufacturing and services by empowering the private sector and through market-based tools. So you could really see a clear differentiation or delineation between how we are doing things as compared with, for example, how some other countries are approaching this developmental track. For us, market-based. For us, strong emphasis on environment, responsible mining, all the way to renewable energy, etc. So, and in that context, we are also putting incentives in terms of being able to attract the processing of minerals. For example, we know that a nickel processing plant would take about, at the very least, $2 billion worth of investment. So it's really capital intensive. But if you look at the CREATE law, there is a provision there that allows the President of the Philippines to negotiate for higher incentives for projects that will have investments of more than $1 billion. And this is the longer incentive availment period of 40 years. So imagine that if you are going to invest in a nickel processing facility in the Philippines, you can get at least at most 8 years of income tax holiday, followed by 32 at most 32 years of preferential corporate income tax of 5% tax on gross income earned. Plus, in addition to that, as was mentioned by Secretary Tony earlier, the emphasis also on the permitting process. So DNR, DTI, DOF, NEDA, and DOE are working together as one in terms of being able to provide an offer sheet to those who are going to put up mineral processing facility in the Philippines. See, WINPI, DOE is in charge of being able to provide the policy environment for the lowest cost of power for anyone who's putting up, for example, an HPAL facility. Sila Tony is in charge of the permitting process from the mining side. Thus, DTI and DOF is in charge of the incentive availment part. So hopefully we can really wrap up our mineral processing. Just for context also, it was mentioned earlier, I think by Ambassador Hartman, that Canada, 13% of your GDP is accounted for by mining. Australia would probably be 14%. For the Philippines, where Sectoni, mga 1% lang tayo. Ilan po ba? 1.45. So just imagine if you're able to at least increase that to 1%, then next year another 1% to 2%, etc. If we're growing at 5.6% for the first quarter of this year, imagine what just an increase of 1% to that base of 5.6% be. So ang laking impact really to the Philippine economy. And we can do it both two ways. One is to increase extraction, but making sure that we do it in an environmentally responsible way. And the other one is really add more processing to our minerals. And easily, we can grow 8%, 9%. That would be peanuts for us if we're able to do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Yusek. I think you touched a bit on the assistance or the DOI facilitating the permitting process, but specifically for mineral processing. I believe there's an executive order to that effect, creating the green lane for mineral process, for green metals processing, which are specifically copper, nickel, and cobalt, if I'm not mistaken.
Not just for mineral processing, but for strategic projects. That's the EO number 18 issued by the President in February 2023. We have registered as of end of April, I think, 59 green lane projects, but most of it are in the renewable energy field. I can't remember if we have already registered one on mining. Parang wala pa. And then we will work closely with the DOE for the renewable energy under the EVOS. Yung nakikita nating division is that we can help really a lot in terms of the LGU permitting process. Tapos down the line naman sila yung dun sa other agencies. Thank you. But of course, open din yun for mining mineral processing. And then we'll work closely with the DNR on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Yusek. I think it really makes sense for our mineral processing projects to have clean and responsible operations, because not only is it the right thing to do, it also makes commercial sense because the off-takers are now putting a premium on processed products that are ESG compliant. Okay. I'll also ask Yusek Wimpy on the DOE side. In many mineral processing projects, I was informed that the cost to acquire the ore is almost on a 1:1 ratio as far as the electricity or power costs are concerned. So it's really a very big component of mineral processing projects. And another consideration that needs to be taken into account is the technology that will be used for the mineral processing. So for example, for nickel, there are different types of processing technologies like rotary kiln, HPAL, and new technologies like direct nickel, which is being developed in Australia. And these have different power requirements. Some are more energy intensive. Some might require, in addition to the power requirement, they may require process heating requirements. So it's different to electricity. And to really to make the Philippines conducive to mineral processing projects, we also have to address the power side, which is to the source of the power. So we'd like to hear from Yusek Wimpy on the programs of the DOE basically to lower the electricity.
Yeah. Thank you for that. That's the reason why Yusek Perry mentioned our specific projects and the interagency approach, because there are areas where we have oversupply of power, and that area has already opened up the wholesale electricity spot market. So what does that mean? In the Philippines, consumers have options. They have the option to do net metering, green energy option, and even go retail competition open access. Ibig sabihin, they can bargain with an energy supplier aside from that being supplied from the distribution utilities. So that's where we come in, the Investment Promotion Office of the Department of Energy under the Office of Secretary Lutilla. We'll have to look into these specific projects, how we can guide them. But we have to remember that the overall policy of the Department of Energy is towards energy self-reliance. I mentioned energy efficiency and conservation earlier because it does not only work for an office or our house where we clean the electric fan so that it can work better and give us more comfort. It also works for big industries, even for mining. And there are new technologies there because it depends on the location. Are you near a transmission facility or are you far? So will we go for a renewable energy with battery storage depending on the years of operation that you will be there? What will we do to the, if it will be open pit mining or even the open pit mining before, can we convert it into a lake with a hydro power pump storage system? So these are the options that we have to look into and examine the investment benefits for the country. Because as we were taught in the College of Business, the net present value, if it's better than zero, we have to look at the opportunity cost. If we will spend more for covering up the open pit, then better to convert it into a hydro facility with energy storage system. So we have to look at those and enable the financing. How did the deal enable the financing? 100% open to foreign participation, the RE investment, 35% minimum target for 2030, 50% for 2040. We just have to make sure that the numbers really support that it will benefit our country for our nation building.
Thank you, Yusek Wimpy. So this question is for Ryan and Mosen. What do you think are the key opportunities for the Philippine mining industry in today's global mineral markets? And how do you think the Philippine mining sector can differentiate itself in the global market?
So, of course, is that on? Close, yeah, sorry. Yeah, of course, as we discussed, and we believe that the global market for sure is there quite a bit of the metals and minerals. And the requirement, of course, is going to continue to increase. Philippines is a rich-oriented type of a minerals and mining. And what I have seen basically from the data is, roughly speaking, as was mentioned before, 17% of the whole endowment has been exploited here. Even though the late stage production processes is moving very quickly, but there is enormous amount of opportunity. So in the global market, we believe that just like we showed that the copper is going to show stark vision into the future, the minerals is going to be the same thing as well too. Philippines would like to really explore opportunities to further development of internal mining and refining and smelting capacities, and be able to establish relationship with the global consumers or other countries in the world to be able to leverage the ores and the refined products and be very competitive in its orientation with some of the other producers. I know there is competition from other larger economies in Southeast Asia, but as you step up basically the incentive domestically, one can actually leverage on it and be able to come into the global market more competitive.
Thank you, Moses. And Ryan? Sure. Just quickly, I think that as we've heard, the demand for these kinds of minerals is only going up. So with the right investment climate, with the right permitting, the right operational environment, and a stable, reasonably cost price of electricity and power, I think that the Philippines will continue to attract sizable investment to get to where it needs to. Now, looking at your investment partners is also a part of this, because it's not just the investment in the processing, but you need to have responsible partners that are going to take into consideration the environmental concerns and working with indigenous communities.
Thank you, Ryan. We're out of time, but I think we've had a very informative discussion with our panelists. I'd like to thank again Yusek Perry, Ryan, Ronnie, Yusek Wimpy, and Mones for joining us in today's panel discussion. I think we can entertain maybe a couple of questions. So no more time. No more? Okay, it's fine. All right. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much again to our panelists and to our moderator. Okay, we'll do a quick photo opportunity with Professor Manhit. All right, thank you very much again to our panelists and our moderator, Yusek Rodolfo, Yusek Cantabella, Mr. Residoro, Mr. Bonactor, and Mr. Washburn, and also to our moderator, Attorney Quintero. All right, and that concludes the morning session of our conference today. It's already, I think, around 12 o'clock, so I'm sure many of you are already ready for lunch. We prepared a wonderful spread outside. So for our VIP tables, okay, tables 1 and 2, no need to stand up. We have plated lunch for you guys. All right. So thank you very much again for joining us this morning. We'll see you again in an hour. Okay, for the media, we are going to have a press briefing at Valero Room. We will be joined by Secretary Tony Loizaga, Secretary Dec Go, Ambassador Hartman, and Ambassador Veron as well. And we will also have Yusek Perry and Yusek Wimpy, Cantabella. Thank you. To the media, please proceed to the Valero Room now. Thank you.
First is that the Philippine mining reserves are rich and largely untapped. I grew up being told that the Philippines is rich in natural resources. From grade school to high school, all my professors always told me that. And today, we all know that that is true, but it has not really resulted into a great economic benefit for our country. It is estimated that we have over $1 trillion worth of untapped copper, gold, nickel, zinc, and silver reserves. However, only 5% of these reserves have been explored and 3% are covered by mining contracts. As far as nickel is concerned, the Philippines ranks fourth in reserves globally and accounts for 10% of the world's total. The country produced an estimated 360,000 metric tons of contained nickel in 2022, equivalent to 11% of the global production. And we currently are the largest exporter of raw nickel ore to the rest of the world. And we also have the largest copper reserve in the world with Tampakan. This is such good news for our country that the top two green minerals for electric batteries are in abundant supply here in the Philippines. The second thought that comes to mind, that is perhaps the most important message today, is that mining policy and regulation will become easier and easier. Simply saying that the government wants to prioritize the formulation of policies and regulations for the sector that are clearer and friendlier are all to motherhood. So, allow me to share some specifics on this matter. Just about 2 weeks ago, I had an update with good Secretary Loizaga on how we can actually make this happen and become a reality. I'm aware that I'm already maybe the fifth or sixth speaker for the day, so please forgive me if I'm repeating things that were already discussed this morning. First is the adoption by the DNR of a mineral geospatial mapping. As you know, for any potential mining investment, it would be hugely important to be aware of what minerals can be harvested, up to what degree, and where. Because it is a major risk, mining is a major risk, and we know that by doing advanced geospatial mapping, we can help minimize the risk of investors. I think the good secretary hopes to complete this within a year, and so the good news, it should be available to the mining industry within 360 days time. Second is the streamlining approval for mining permits. I am told by some players that it can take as much as 5 or 6 years to process your mining permits here in the Philippines. And I've also heard that in other countries it can take as quickly as 12 to 24 months. So my challenge to the department is, of course, to be as world-class as possible, to be the best in class as possible. So, personally, my request, if I may so humbly request the department, is to really try to streamline our processes so that we can process such permits in 12 to 24 months. But in the words of our good secretary, she would rather under-promise and over-deliver. So, I think we all look forward to that great over-delivery. But for starters, I am told that we will do our best to streamline all these permits so that we can reduce the permitting time from 2 to 3 years. One of the great findings we have while studying the reasons for this long process for permits is that a lot of the permits are sequential in nature, meaning you have to complete A to do B, and you have to complete B to do C, and you have to complete C to do D, and so on and so forth. And I think one of the best policies changes that can happen, or that will happen perhaps within the year, as told to us by the department, is that the processing of these permits will be in parallel or simultaneously rather than sequential. I think this will be a huge game changer in the way we process permits and can really speed up the processing. I'm also told that the department is looking at to digitalize the application process to minimize wasted time and to also minimize bureaucratic lines at the agency. So, with that, we really think that a timing-sensitive business like mining, since we know that mining prices go up and go down quite like clockwork, it is critical that the processing of permits happens when the prices of minerals are on their way up. We realize that very often if we take too long to process the permits, perhaps by the time the permits come out, the prices of minerals have already come down and thereby have already lost their urgency. Also, taking to heart the green economy shift, your sector can expect increased demand for these transition minerals such as nickel, cobalt, and copper used by the renewable energy sector. The government will encourage exploration for these critical minerals, with the Mines and Geosciences Bureau, or MGB, gearing up for enabling projects that can be undertaken with domestic and foreign mining partners. The third thing is, of course, that the global prospects for mining are extremely bright. The MGB expresses confidence on their bright outlook for the industry. From January to September 2023, the country's metallic minerals production value grew by 7.8% year on year, and this comes at the back of an almost 32% increase in metal production in 2022 vis-a-vis 2021. The total export value of the country's mining exports between 2020 and 2022 was at $18.7 billion, or 8.5% of the country's total exports. But of course, it was also pointed out to you earlier today that the whole mining industry is 0.45% of our country's GDP. And I'm sure that the Department of Environment and Natural Resources would love to be, for this sub-industry under DNR to be 2 or 3% of GDP. And that would really make our sector extremely exciting if that happens. A total of 12 projects under the government's Priority Projects Phase 1 are expected to commence operations within the year and will boost the country's metals production. While there are 56 operating metallic mines and processing plants or smelters in the Philippines, there is certainly room for more players. The department predicts that there could be another 190 mining projects in the next 4 years. With these favorable factors expected to be sustained along the prevailing competitive world market metal prices and the increasing demand for ore, the demand for green minerals can only be expected to keep going up over time as the world shifts to green alternatives. Fourth, I think the knowledge of the local communities is becoming better and better. The education about good mining practices is improving. And the government leadership, of course, acknowledges that we can only practice responsible mining here. And I think that with the very popular CSR and ESG practices now so popular all over the world, this trend is irreversible. Therefore, I think that all these ESG global practices will become a norm here in the Philippines that will make the local communities more receptive to mining. And our goal, of course, is that for affected local communities to derive tangible benefits from the mining industry and be assured that necessary safeguards are in place to protect the environment and ecology. So with all these considerations addressed, I think that the stage is set for mining operations to be better received by the local communities. I think since there are so many foreign companies in the audience, I was told earlier while we were having lunch that one of the most common questions is how to deal with the local communities and how to deal with the local governments. And I was a guest speaker at the European Chamber of Commerce also last week, and this was also asked of me, how to effectively deal with the local government units or the local communities. Back then, I had several answers. I'll share some of them with you since I think it's a very popular topic. First, I was explaining that you have several levels of governance that you could turn to. First, when it deals with permits and licenses, you have the Department of Interior and Local Government, or the DILG. If it deals with fees and taxes, there is the Department of Finance, Bureau of Local Government Finance under the DOF that you could seek assistance from or clarification from. If it deals with the delays of permits and the long processing of licenses, for example, you also have the Anti-Red Tape Authority that you could run to for assistance, and I believe that they have been able to help several businesses already with their very proactive stance on this matter. But there is one other thing that I wanted to add that I failed to mention at the European Chamber conference. I think it's very critical that you hire an very experienced and seasoned local executives to be able to handle this matter for you, as local culture and local peculiarities are always something that everybody has to deal with when you're entering a new territory. And I think that the benefit of bringing in the right talent into your organization for this matter will be really critical to your success in hurdling these challenges. So, lastly, I'd just like to say that the world is taking notice of the Philippine mining industry. The Philippines is now open for business, and because of the President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr.'s very successful pitch to the world that the Philippines is open for business, everybody is now looking at the Philippines for many sectors for investment. While I recognize that this is a mining summit, I'd just like to point out that there is also a huge interest right now from investors to pour in a lot of money into the energy sector, particularly the renewable energy sector. So there's a lot of interest to put in huge investments in onshore wind, offshore wind, solar projects, floating solar projects, hydro projects, and even nuclear projects. While we want to move up the value chain for mining, you've probably heard me say this if you've seen me before, is that we really want to move from being the largest exporter of raw nickel ore to the world to becoming one of, or perhaps the second largest nickel processor in the world. No? I think that Indonesia generally has shown us a roadmap to be able to achieve this, and it's something that merits serious consideration. And we, in my office, I think a lot of you already know me. A lot of you in this room already have visited my office or have met with me or my team. Our role here is to help attract investments and to help navigate the bureaucracy. So if there's anything my office can do to assist you, please come to us. I cannot guarantee, of course, that we can solve every problem that comes your way, but we will certainly at least try to address the major issues that are in the way of your investments. So I hope that you believe that the Philippine government is really working towards streamlining and improving the ease of doing business. We have passed so many regulations, such as the green lanes for strategic investments, the ease of paying taxes law, the public-private partnership law, that updates the 29-year-old build, operate, transfer law. We've also accomplished a lot of reforms to boost the Philippine stock market. We've also started to allow short selling, for example, in the stock market, 27 years after it was first proposed. And for those who still do not believe that the government means business, you have read in the papers that just 2 months ago, we successfully privatized the Manila International Airport. Nobody believed that this could be done. Many administrations in the past have tried to do this unsuccessfully, and we have successfully privatized the Manila International Airport that will generate 1 trillion pesos of revenues for the government over the concession period and will increase customer traffic from 32 million passengers a year to 65 million passengers a year through that airport. We have also successfully, not yet completed, but we've also successfully awarded the original proponent status for the upgrade of the Laguindingan Airport in Mindanao, in northern Mindanao. And this is the only administration that has successfully privatized 2 airports. And this administration is not even 2 years old. So please believe that we have the greatest interest of developing the mining sector, and I have full confidence in the department led by Secretary Tony that they're really going to find ways to help improve the ease of doing business and attract serious investment, responsible investment into the mining sector here in the Philippines. So, all told, the Philippine mining industry is like a dish that has waited for its time to be served. It's about to come out, and all the investors need to do is to dig in. Thank you, and have a good day.
Thank you very much, Secretary Go. All right. Okay. So we will now proceed to our second panel discussion. For this part, we gather together the government and industry groups to explore strategies and initiatives to maximize the potential of the Philippine mining sector, while also enhancing the economic value derived from mineral resources. All right. So our first speaker for today is the Undersecretary for Integrated Environmental Science at the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Honorable Carlos Primo C.P. David. Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you, Joyce. I knew that our panel will be coming right after lunch, and so all I will do is just show you nice maps, no words, and this will just take 3 minutes of your time. In this panel, we will be talking about innovation, and one of the innovations of Sectoni was to set up a team of specialists in the DNR to conduct geospatial mapping. So the first map I'm showing you is in terms of environmental protection, surveillance, and monitoring. I don't know if our friends from the mining industry can recognize where this is. No, this is a nickel mine site in Mindanao. The first map that you're seeing is a satellite image taken in 2019, and the bottom one is the same island taken in 2023. What this shows you is that we are now capable of looking at all mining operations automatically on a weekly basis in terms of the development of each and every mine. Needless to say, we can see how the development is progressing, also see if there are violations, for example, going beyond their MPSA boundary, and if the mining development is adhering to their mine development plan. Next slide. Now, in terms of investment in the mining sector, it's the same technology that we are employing here. In front of you are maps, no, in succession, maps of resources that can be developed, and we did our homework already in such a way that for any investment to come in, there is already a prospectus of where the most viable areas for exploration could be done. Next slide. What we have done is map out the entire country, gathered all the data of all exploration permits, MPSAs, and so on and so forth, overlaid them onto geologic maps and all the other data sets that MGB has in order for us to actually determine which are the most viable areas for exploration moving forward. Next slide. So I'll show you one example here. This is just for aggregates, for sand and gravel, and for materials needed by the different industries. So the map on the right side are potential areas where you have basalt deposits or andesitic deposits. Next slide. We overlay those with areas that already have existing exploration permits and MPSAs. Needless to say, all areas without the polygons, but within the yellow areas, are potential areas for development. We have done this for aggregates. We have completed the mapping as well for nickel deposits. Unfortunately, I couldn't share that with you because you will probably go home and start with your application for these areas. But believe me when I say that the maps are already available, and we are just finding the perfect setup on how to offer this to the mining sector in terms of how this will be developed. Next slide. A few more things on my plate that are being done. Several mining companies underwent a new system that we are pilot testing called the Negotiated Sustainability and Resilience Agreement. This goes beyond compliance to the Mining Act. This is purely voluntary, and what we do is we sit down and look for shared goals between government and the mining companies beyond our regulations. The second one is the supplementary DAO for social development and management. This is already complete. No, we asked all of your community relations officers to a 2-day workshop, and we've completed that as well. Number 3, on small-scale mining. No, we don't talk about small-scale mining enough. And I think after several decades already that the Minahang Bayan system, we can all agree that it is too tedious, for small-scale miners to undergo. We need to find a new system for registering our small-scale miners. And finally, and I hope you will appreciate this, I am now completing a template for ECCs. Now, when you do your environmental impact assessment reports for a new mining development, for example, I am preparing a template so that it's almost fill in the blanks, no, for the mining companies. And I hope this would hasten the process of you submitting your EIAs and securing your ECCs at a much shorter period of time. You know, so this would be, hopefully if I'm able to do this, this would be my contribution to the mining sector, getting your ECCs at a shorter period of time. So a few more things, but I'll stop here and move on with the next discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, USEC CP David. Our next speaker for this afternoon is the chairman of the Chamber of Mines of the Philippines. Let us all give a warm welcome to Attorney Michael Toledo.
Pleasant good afternoon to everyone. Mayong hapon kaninyong tanan. Magandang hapon po sa inyo lahat. At naimbag nga manin. You know, we have to be politically correct. So I have just to make sure I covered all possible dialects and language. And sa aking mga kasama na Bisaya, kung nandito kayo, palakpakan niyo po ang inyong sarili. Mga kasama ko mga Bisaya, nandito ba kayo? Marami, ano po? Kasi marami yung Bisaya na Minero, di ba Yus? Anyway, Secretary Tony Loizaga, and of course, our distinguished guests from the Diplomatic Corps, Ambassador David, Ambassador Basin, Ambassador Yu, and Ambassador Hartman, of course, David, and I think Ambassador Vernon, who just left, but we were talking about golf earlier, which is totally opposite from mining, because if you have a mining site, you definitely cannot have a golf site. I'd just like to take this opportunity to, of course, again, thank Ambassador Yu, who has been very instrumental and helpful in a number of our mining initiatives. In fact, she led, and I was just lucky to have been invited, an investment mission to Australia, to Melbourne, where we had a chance to meet the top mining companies in the world, Rio Tinto, HP Billiton, and all the others, and we were able to share a lot of expertise. So, Madam Ambassador, thank you so much for that. And of course, Ambassador Hartman, we all know that Canada is one of the top mining companies in the world. And he recently brought in top investors from Canada. And he mentioned this a few months ago when we had dinner. And he put his money where his mouth is. And the investors are indeed here. And soon, perhaps sometime in November, before the President goes to Peru for APEC, the President may visit Canada upon the invitation of the Prime Minister. So, before anything else, ladies and gentlemen, I would just like also to thank Secretary Decgo because immediately upon his taking office as the new Presidential Advisor on Economic Affairs and Investments, one of the first things he did was to reach out. I mean, this was a government official who reached out. He immediately asked to meet with us in the industry and to find out exactly what would the industry need to be able to deliver the mission of the President, which is to make the Philippines really an important part of the EV hub or the EV ecosystem, wherein critical minerals can be harnessed from the Philippines and not only exported, but actually be processed. So we had a series of meetings, and that goes to show the seriousness and the sincerity of this administration and of Secretary Decgo in ensuring that we do succeed in making the Philippines a major processing country as well as a major exporting country when it comes to mining. Now, serious adversities have hounded our country's mining industry. We've gone through long periods of bust cycles and of policy instability. Much of the latter has to do with mining's reputation as a environmentally destructive. Sadly, it's a reputation that still exists, and a lot of studies made by experts still show this. This is definitely largely undeserved, and we in the industry have our work cut out for us to change people's perceptions. After all, mining is a temporary land use, and we have the wherewithal, including modern mining technologies and methods, as well as one of the strictest mining laws, rules, and regulations in the world, to alleviate the effects of our activities on the environment and to fully rehabilitate mine sites for further productive uses. Happily, I'm proud and happy to report that we are already in the thick of an information campaign that the Chamber of Mines is undertaking in lockstep with several mining industry associations to improve public opinion on mining. It is called Better Mining, Better Future. We hope to be able to correct the disinformation and misinformation about mining that have been going on for so long as we can remember. One of the reasons when we went abroad as well, while a lot of foreign investors are not keen in investing in the Philippines, is again that reputational risk, ladies and gentlemen. They feel that there is a need to clean up the reputation, to gain more investments and more investors' trust, and of course, the social license to operate. We likewise hope to see our joint effort bearing fruit in the very near future. Meanwhile, despite all the adversities, the industry has been quietly going about its business of unearthing the minerals we need to provide the modern conveniences we often take for granted. For example, how many of you here have cell phones? Okay. Practically all. Oh, I'm not giving away cell phones, by the way. Just because we belong to the PLDT group does not give me the authority. It's above my pay grade to be giving out cell phones. But the reason I asked that was that, especially to those who are anti-mining, when you text or when you call somebody to hit the mining industry, have you forgotten that the cell phone, more than 98% of its component comes from mining? I had I got almost excommunicated. I was in a radio program with a priest who was anti-mining, and he kept on hitting mining left and right. And I said, Father, the cross that you're wearing, where do you think that come from, or that came from? The body of Christ, the chalice, and the blood of Christ, where is it contained, Father? He never talked to me after that. I was kind of worried. I may have to switch to Islam, which actually is not a bad idea if you think about it. But anyway, I just wanted to share that with you because the homes we live in, the roads we travel, the technologies that keep us moving are all connected. So quietly, despite all the noise against mining, as of July 2023, we have provided jobs directly and indirectly to nearly 850,000 Filipinos, paid nearly, and I hope the BIR can hear this, as well as the local governments, 50 billion pesos in taxes, 2.36 billion pesos in royalties, IP royalties, nearly 32 billion pesos for the SDMP, or what we call the social development projects, and 5.5 billion pesos in environmental protection and enhancement programs, or the EPEP. So despite the fact that 59 mines currently operating occupy only 0.003% of our country's total land area, we were able to contribute 0.95% to our country's GDP. And this was also mentioned earlier by the good secretary. Imagine, ladies and gentlemen, if mining were just allowed to flourish, it can contribute more socio-economic growth and human development with meticulous attention to protecting the environment, only if the industry is allowed to grow. But ladies and gentlemen, we have grown weary of imagining, and for good reason. We are still beset with uncertainties in our business environment. Uncertainties brought about by bureaucratic red tape, by sudden changing of the rules or flip-flopping policies, or worse, by contradictory laws, and we've seen a lot. Equally discouraging is the fact that we have perhaps the lengthiest mining application process in the world. To complete, ladies and gentlemen, an NPSA application, as an example, an applicant is required to walk through 150 steps. 150 steps. And obtain, guess how many signatures? Wild guess. I'll give a phone. Wild guess. How many signatures? 2,000? 1,000. You get a phone later. Yeah. 1,000 signatures. That's it. And I thought, because our group is also involved into the power business and the telco business, I thought getting permits to put up a power plant was more difficult. And I thought getting permits to put up a telco tower was more difficult. I was shocked. Getting an NPSA is much more difficult, which makes me think that perhaps my chairman should give us an increase. Yules, what do you think? In Felix and in Silangan, because it's so hard. The mining business is more difficult perhaps than the power and the telco business. So consequently, quality investors who can provide much needed financial and technical capital won't touch our mineral sector with a 10-foot pole. The existing mining operations, I guess we can safely say, are those that are brave. The few brave ones that now exist. So please, give yourself, ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause, especially the people in this table. These are the brave souls, the brave hearts, going against all odds in ensuring that they can help the country prosper. Kaya palakpakan po natin sila. But thankfully, ladies and gentlemen, we now have a government under the leadership of President PBBM who appreciates the benefits that the country and its people can derive from a thriving mining industry. I had the privilege of being in a number of most of the president's trip abroad, and I have seen for myself how the president has really strongly, robustly, vociferously campaigned for people or for investors to invest heavily in the mining industry in the Philippines. And I've seen also our economic managers, and together, of course, with Secretary Lusaga, push for the Philippines to make sure that we get more investments into mining. From a thriving mining industry, we intend to make sure that we will grow bigger and faster. Government also, such as the Anti-Red Tape Authority and the Department of Environment, are working with the private sector to identify ways to shorten this very long mining application process. We are aware that the DNR is undertaking, and thank you CP, because I know you are very much behind this, is undertaking a two-prong, and of course USEC Mitch Kuna as well, internal initiative that we in the Chamber view as critical steps in fast-tracking the permitting system for exploration and mining. And if your indulgence, let me share with you. I refer to the first, the streamlining of the DNR's processes for transparency, accountability, and effective compliance monitoring. And second, the digitalization of minerals-related data at the Mines and Geosciences Bureau. Our members, ladies and gentlemen, certainly look forward to the outcome of these initiatives, and we feel very positive about it. We also wish to see closer coordination between the ARTA, the Anti-Red Tape Authority, and I'm glad that we have somebody like Secretary Nes Perez heading that. And we have met with Secretary Nes Perez several times as well. The leadership of the DNR, as well as the leadership of the Department of Interior and Local Government, and the National Commission on Indigenous Peoples, or NCIP, in further simplifying the mineral agreement application process by removing redundancies, imposing definite timelines, and allowing, and this is very important, allowing the tracking of applications in real time. we have grown really weary of imagining. It is time to do away with the talking. Hindi lang puro salita. Siguro tama, dapat gawa na. Our country will tremendously benefit from a progressive and responsible minerals development industry if we want to see a fully enabled Philippine mining sector that is an active participant in the global shift to renewable energy technologies in response to climate change. We must stop imagining. We must act now. I recall isang kasabihan namin sa UP, one of the major slogans in the University of the Philippines, kung hindi ngayon, kailan pa? Kung hindi natin gagawin ngayon, kailan pa? Kaya kailangan siguro magsama-sama na tayo to make sure that we succeed. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, maraming salamat po at magandang hapon po sa inyo lahat. Thank you very much. Talk to me later.
Thank you very much, Attorney Mike Toledo. Now, also joining us today is the President of the Philippine Nickel Industry Association. Let us all welcome Attorney Dante Bravo. Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I actually have just two messages today and this afternoon. It's a message of gratitude. Of course, to the President, because he has now put into the agenda mining, because in the past administration, there was no attention to us, to the mining industry, because the two administrations did not put mining in the agenda, the economic agenda. And so we're happy that the President has put mining in the agenda, and we can see now, at least today, that there are various government agencies now with aligned messages. There's a convergence of messages that we have to promote mining, and that the Philippines is not ready for mining. But of course, it happened because some of our friends, particularly the Ambassador of Canada, the Ambassador of Australia, our friends from the US Embassy, our friends from the EU, who have patiently have spent a lot of time and effort to listen to us, to know us, understand us, so that they can help the government, help the industry, and of course, usher us into the aspiration of having an industrialized country. Of course, this happens because we believe that right now, as presented earlier by the Standard & Poor's, that actually we're not looking at 2050, we're looking at 2030, 2035. So it is something that we need to do. We need to act with speed and haste. But I just would like to discuss a few things about why right now there is market dominance by China. More than 90% of our export goes to China. The reason being is that the market is there. So it's logical that we export to China because stainless steel, the stainless steel production in China is more than 50% of the global production. And the main utilization of nickel is in the stainless steel industry. And China takes up more than 50% of that. Now, based on the speeches we heard this morning, it seems that this narrative is going to change very quickly. And we're happy that we have the support of our friends from other countries, Australia, Canada, Japan, the US, and EU, saying that we need critical minerals, and one of which is nickel, and that the message in the part of the government is that they're open for mining. They have heard already what are the issues. Okay, we need exploration, we need streamlining of processes, but we hope that that can be done. But let me just go as a form of benchmarking, because we compare ourselves with Indonesia. So what does Indonesia have that the Philippines does not have? If you look at the land area, Indonesia is 6 times bigger. When you look at nickel reserves, they are much bigger than ours. In terms of quality, they have higher grade, we have lower grade. When you look at nickel production just last year, it's 191. They have the scale. We don't have that scale. We only have 400,000 tons of contained nickel.
on the average. And so if you're going to look at it, there is really a business case for moving quickly into Indonesia. But can we follow suit? Of course we can. But imperative, as mentioned, is that we have to invest in exploration, and we have to do more, and we have to do it fast. And our industry represents more than 75%. We operate in Zambales, in Palawan, in the Caraga region, Surigao del Sur, Surigao del Norte, Agusan, Agusan del Norte, in the Naga Islands, and in some other areas in the Philippines. We still have a lot of potential, let's say, in Bicol, in Eastern Visayas. Of course, our Undersecretary is not willing at the moment to present it up, but there is the potential there. And so we believe that there is a business case, but whether we should truly follow the Indonesian model, I think we should not be looking only at some of the things that is controversial, which is the ban on export. We look at what are they offering and whether we can match it. One is about the income tax holiday. They're giving 8 to 15%. Of course, we already have an attractive package that is 7 years of income tax holiday and up to 40 years of finance deductions or 5% income tax credit. The other thing that they offer is power. We've talked about lower power costs. It's an enabler, of industrialization, and of course of innovation. We cannot talk about innovation if we don't have the ability to make things. So it's so fundamental, to when we talk about innovation that we have to do. So there's a case for us to do it, to processing, but one of the important drivers there is power. Cheaper power costs. Of course, we're looking at low carbon future, but our friends here are talking about, increasing the power supply in the country with low carbon. And the other thing that our government, that Indonesia is offering is, of course, they have other inputs, like, right now, if it's HPAL, if it's NPI, they have reliable power supply, they have coal and other inputs, which in the Philippines there's enough. But the thing is, we have resources, and we welcome, of course, help from our friendly countries like Australia, who have experience, in Canada, experience in value-added processing, and so I put it there on where we are today. Thank you.
Our next speaker is the president of the Philippine Mining and Exploration Association. Let us all welcome Mr. Joey Nelson Aison.
We're only allowed 3 minutes, so I will be direct to the point. So we're lucky it's revitalizing, not resuscitating or even resurrecting the industry. Mahirap yan. So anyway, I presented the paper in the last Mining Philippines in September last year. And next slide, I showed all the challenges from disconnect between various government agencies, the moving goalposts, national laws and local laws are always diverging. Of course, there are also some irresponsible miners, and even the strong anti-mining sentiment. But I also presented some proposed solutions. Next slide. And it's a good thing that the DNR has started to implement some of them, like digitizing our database so that we know exactly where we are. Hopefully, it's also available to the public, not only to the DNR. But it's a big country. We just need to have a pilot test region to do all of these things. So all of those things are being implemented, permits issuance, how we do that. Maybe we start with the local region. We have an inventory. We should have an airborne geophysics so that people can choose which regions they want to go to. So that's all been there. In the last mining conference, I presented it. And next slide, I concluded that the Mining Act states that the state owns all the mineral resources. We are just permittees, So as permittees, we are a partner to the government. And as partners, it would be ideal if government can bring in the permits, issue the permits with all the required clearances, and the private sector bring in our technical and financial capability, and of course, with all safeguards to the environment during all our stages of the operation. So where are we now? 8 months after that conference. Another mining summit. So hopefully we have all learned from all of these things. We have discussed it, and the previous speakers, even CP has mentioned what has been done in the industry. They are now able to monitor and even fast tracking the issuances, but that is still an issue. Hopefully we will not just be parroting ease of business. Mining will be the key industry. What else? One-stop shop. All of these have been our phrases joined so that we want to revitalize the industry. But as Mike Toledo said, it's time to walk the talk. No? Or again, we will miss the cycle. Currently, prices are high, so we should maximize that. So how do we maximize the potential and enhance its economic value? This is where government comes in. We need a champion for the industry. We need the president to always reiterate that mining will be a key industry in his administration. Marching orders should be issued down to the barangays that this is a policy direction no less from the Commander-in-Chief. As the state owns all the minerals, then the Mining Act should be the governing law on all of these mining activities. All other laws should either be, that are contrary to the Mining Act, should either be amended or harmonized with RA 7942. A point person from Malacanang should be appointed to big ticket mining projects, and he can be able to go through all the red tape, talk to all the different agencies, so that everyone will be singing the same tune and in the same direction. The time has come for government to aggressively encourage and care for investments in the mineral resource industry as an indispensable contributor to the economy. Government should provide certainty and stability which the industry needs to operate, produce, and ensure long-term success. To be able to utilize and conserve our resources in a sound, profitable, and judicious manner, and to focus on compliance with the Mining Act based on its real intent and spirit. Crafting more laws, regulations, more bureaucracy will probably be counterproductive. No? Another fiscal regime. So we should allow our Mining Act to provide for the coordination of all factors that could demonstrate what the real meaning of sustainable and responsible mining is all about. Investments in mining will always be competing with other industries, with other jurisdictions. Let me remind you that the Philippines does not have tier 1 deposits. We don't have Escondida. We don't have projects like Ertsberg, Rasberg, or even the Nevada gold mines. But we do have far southeast. We have Tampakan and King. All these are in the pipeline. Plus Silangan, these projects will generate the needed employment in the countryside and billions in revenue for the government. Well, of course, aside from producing copper, which is a critical mineral. More exploration permits issued means more chances of finding a mine. More mines means more revenues. As I said in the last mining conference, exploration is the lifeblood of the industry. It is generally non-invasive, and relaxed permitting requirements should be made. Unless all of these are in place, there will be no downstream industries to talk about. Downstream industries are the ones that will maximize their value. Our mines are aging, our mineral reserves are being depleted every day, and any processing plant will need a continuous supply of ore on a long-term basis. So, if we have no mines coming in, no exploration to find more mines, what are we doing about in putting in a mineral processing permit? Mind you, there's even a guy, one of the in the IRR that mineral processing permits can only be extended up to 5 years each time, maximum 25 years. What if you find a big deposit? Other initiatives would really be good what Oceanico has done. No? Part of their gold goes to the central bank, but we should also caution on that because the central bank cannot only accept gold of any quality. They have to look at also your silver content. Do they have the capability to process your ores? No? What about the small-scale miners? No? As what Sita has said, we have not even talked about the small-scale miners, which is an essential component on our gold reserves. So enough with government. The private sector also has to do its share. So we pay the right taxes. All of those can be done, no? But we also have to go beyond compliance. And part of it, next slide, aside from best practice, go to EITI, TSM. By the way, the audit for the first 10 mines will be starting next week. No? There will be 10 mines being audited, doing external verification next week on 10 mines. So mining is a temporary land use. So we should be conscious at the start of what we will be doing at the end of the mine. No? We should have improved our lives and that we can operate in a manner that they have a future to look forward. Thank you. Better mining, brighter future.
Thank you very much. At this point, we will now proceed to the panel discussion. So may we once again invite our speakers to join us on stage. USEC CP David, Attorney Mike Toledo, Attorney Dante Bravo, and Mr. Joey Aison. And to moderate our discussion, may we call on Mr. Andrew Masigan, political and economic columnist at the Philippine Star and Business World.
Good afternoon, everybody. Everyone okay? Attention, still here, all with us. So much information today, no? But I do have to say, as someone who is not in the mining industry, and instead I'm with media, I can say that there seems to be an inflection point in the industry wherein government and the private sector are finally getting aligned with the reforms. It seems to me that from my vantage point, the industry is ready for takeoff, and I hope that will be the case. So this is all about reforms towards getting the industry flying as it should be. So that's what we're going to talk about today. Let's dig into it, okay? So I'll start with my good friend, ever the dapper Mike Toledo, okay? Mike, you mentioned earlier, or sometime before, that the fiscal regime has to be more competitive. House Bill number 8937 was just passed, and this is the new fiscal regime for the mining industry. It basically makes a distinction between large mining operations inside mining reservations and outside. A 4% tax will be levied on those inside and a sliding rate outside. Do you agree with this scheme, this new fiscal scheme proposed in Congress?
Thank you very much, Andrew. By the way, he's one of the most read columnists of the Philippine Star. So if he's a bit biased, it's because he's with the Philippine Star.
Yeah, we both the same paper.
But we have to make a full disclosure.
Of course.
So anyway, very good question indeed. Let me just say that we are very grateful to the Speaker, to Speaker Martin Romualdez, for ensuring the passage of this House bill. As members of the industry, and also those who have attended the hearings as well as the meetings of the technical working group, both in the House and in the Senate, we have already, and meetings with the DOF, with Secretary Ralph Recto as well, we have already more or less come up with a position that's agreeable to all parties. With respect to the number of tiers, with respect to the margins and all that, the technical aspects I could ask Attorney Ron to expound further. But let me just share with the body, so you won't be bored about it, that we are already moving closer to a fiscal regime acceptable to government and acceptable to the stakeholders. We are now in the Senate. We had we had a Senate hearing which was done under the subcommittee headed by Senator Sani Angara. He was authorized by Senator Wing Gatchalian to conduct the hearings on this House bill, and in those hearings, the DOF was there, the other government agencies were ably represented, and they were able to bring in their position on the matter. The industry were allowed to present its position as well, and let me just say that we are quite confident that perhaps by May, this will be
this month.
This will be brought up to plenary, and maybe hopefully by the time the President gives his State of the Nation address, we are hoping that this is already signed into law. Yeah. Because for the longest time, that has been the problem. We don't really have a clear fiscal mining regime. But now, hopefully, very soon,
but the terms and conditions are acceptable to the industry.
Yes.
Yeah. And is the base of tax still gross revenues, or is it migrating to profitability? Maybe, sir, you may want to answer, Mr. Bravo.
So there are two important features there.
Sure.
The introduction of the windfall profit tax, which is graduated.
Yes.
As your income is more.
Yeah. The windfall profit tax is important because it gives government its fair share whenever prices are high.
That's right.
And the reverse is true.
That's right.
And the reverse is true.
Yeah. So the other is the introduction of royalties if the mining concession is located outside of mineral reservation, to sort of giving a little bit of a level playing field, because those located in mineral reservations are already subjected to royalty, 5% royalty.
Sure.
Yeah. So we believe that the introduction of these two sets of taxes, while increasing the corporate income tax rate, but because it's based on income, based on margin, it's progressive and a bit fair compared to taxation, which is based on gross, which is regressive. And
yeah, it's a more dynamic scheme, no?
That's right.
Yeah. And does it do away with the excise and royalty taxes, which is the current structure?
It doesn't do away with excise tax. It remains at 4%, whether you're located outside in reservation.
Okay.
The 5% royalty will apply on those located in mineral reservation.
Right.
The royalties that apply to those concessions outside the mineral reservation is the related tax rate based on income.
Yeah. Mr. Bravo, do you feel confident about this new tax regime? Do you feel it's competitive enough?
I don't say it's really competitive, but I'd like to say that we have to, once and for all, pass this measure. The government needs this one. We support this one, so that it
for clarity.
Yeah, for clarity, so that this already avoids the misconception that we have uncertainties. We don't. The policy there is unpredictable.
Right.
So if this
I totally agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree. Well, let me ask Mr. Ison at this point. The mining exploration budget in 2022 in the Philippines was only $35 million, 10% of the Asia-Pacific budget. At this point, it's really all about, as you said earlier, increasing exploration budget. That's the lifeblood, no? The good news is that the national government is, and the Office of the President is very responsive and cooperative with the reforms needed to push the mining industry.
but we need quick wins because reforms take so much time. What quick wins can we put in place to make the Philippines a more hospitable environment for new mining explorations?
I think, as I said earlier, we should relax the permitting process. No? Even getting consent from the indigenous people, maybe you can only be there for 2 years, and taking a permit may take even a couple of years. So by that time, you would not have needed the IP consent if you're not.
It really boils down to that, huh?
Yeah. So getting the permits approved in a very timely manner, because it's not invasive, no, and it also contributes to the inventory of our mineral wealth.
Yeah.
Companies submit the reports to the DNR-MGB, and I think the DNR-MGB could collate all these reports. I have not really seen a more accurate inventory of what we really have. No? Like,
right.
Even the presentation of Dante, undetermined your nickel reserve. So most of the companies submit the reports, and they actually state the.
So it's really the bureaucratic red tape. That is the big picture and the quick win.
We would be very happy if the government role would really step up and help us. We're appealing.
I think USEC CP is making things easier with his fill in the blanks, with your fill in the blanks report. That's a big thing. Let me ask you, USEC CP. Look, nickel ore comprises 47% of our output. Gold, 41%. Copper seems to be underperforming at 9%, despite us having a substantial cache of copper outputs. To what do you attribute the underperformance of copper?
I'll have to check your statistics, Andrew, but definitely.
It came from Mike. No,
it came from Mike. Okay, double check it then. No, but seriously, in the pipeline, Andrew, we have several large-scale gold and copper mines coming up, and those statistics will drastically change.
Okay.
Definitely within. I hope Roy is still there listening, and also I just heard USEC from DTI mentioning that what we are targeting for the next couple of years is to open up at least 3 nickel processing mines. That would also increase the value of nickel if we are able to do processing in 3 locations. So let's see. I hear Tony Bravo and Joey. I hear what these guys are saying. I take it as a challenge, and permits and efficiency in government. We have control over that, no total control over that. If we do that, you do your part, and I think the brighter days are ahead. For the
These new nickel mines, are they part of the 12 announced by the DENR? The 12 new projects located in Cagayan Valley, Central Luzon, etc.?
Oh, those are. We approved. My statistics might be incorrect now, but we approved 44 MPSAs and exploration permits just in the last 20 months. So, and
for context, for the audience, no? Did you say 24?
44.
44 over the last
20 months.
Over the last 20 months.
Yeah.
How many was it in the last administration?
34.
34.
Yeah.
So the entire administration. So we're
in their last 2 years.
In their last 2 years.
Yeah.
So there are more licenses and more projects in the pipeline.
Definitely the processing time we've increased, and I hope, so I'm looking at Attorney Bravo with so that he'll agree. So we've managed to hasten the process, and as what Sec Tony was mentioning earlier, the digitalization of the entire process should cut that process at least by half, hopefully.
Mr. Bravo, you proposed a one-stop shop, right? To cut the permits process from 10 years to 1 year. Everyone's speaking the same thing, so hopefully this will come into fruition. Do you have any insights on the headway headway gain towards shortening the permit process?
I think so. But just to put context, the study says that the global average is 15 years. But if
How many years?
15 years.
15
That's
years.
the global average.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's something relevant to us now because, as mentioned earlier, if we want to participate in this, critical minerals potential, and what it does, what it could do for this climate change, net zero, and all of that, EV revolution in the next 10 years, we have to act with haste, and
Yeah.
scale.
Do you feel the sense of urgency with this administration?
I think so, because right now we have this conversation where our very own secretary says that they're doing something to streamline the process. It's no longer sequential. It's going to be linear. You can file applications simultaneously for different kinds of permits, so they can shorten the process. The other thing is that we have heard from the Department of Energy that they're not only going to bring down the park cost, but there's this EVOS, and of course, and we have now ARCA, Secretary Perez, working with the industry to streamline the process. We have now a champion from the Office of the President who's saying, okay, the Philippines is now open for money, and they're going to work together with all the government agencies, in order to shorten the process. So I see a lot of hope that we can actually shorten the process, because if we are going to invite more investments in value-added processing, let's say what is applicable to or suitable for ore, which is lower grade, we can see HPAL, of course there are other technologies, and it requires more than $1 billion. And this requires that in a matter of months, if they say they intend to put up their frontier, that they can be allowed to construct. And that, say if the construction is expected to be finished in 24 months, then there is some sort of protection and support from the government that they would be able to finish the construction. And since this is a long-term business over the period of 10, 20 years, that there's stability, that there's protection for the investment. Midway, we're going to practically prohibit them from doing their business.
There really is reason to be optimistic about, especially under the management of Secretary Loizaga, under the leadership of Secretary Loizaga. We can really see the effort to shorten the permit process. But that's one side of the equation. Public opinion is another side of the equation. Mikey mentioned this earlier. And for many sectors, the mining industry is vilified. And even today, forums like this can only do so much. But what are we doing to change public opinion, especially among the radicals among us?
Very good question, Angela. Let me just preface my answer by saying that for the longest time, the mining industry was vilified, was demonized for the longest time. And yet, at present, because of our shift to renewables, because of our drive to ensure that we don't go beyond the 2 Celsius limit, the challenge of climate change, mining has now become the most indispensable industry in the battle against climate change. And there is a recognition by all stakeholders, global and locally, about this fact. Unfortunately, despite that fact, despite that knowledge from all stakeholders, there is still, as I mentioned in my brief remarks, a reputational risk. Why? Because up to now, a lot of people are still of the view that mining is still disruptive of the industry, or rather of the environment, that mining processes is still so much fossil fueled that it adds up to the climate change problem. So we must be able to address that reputational risk.
But it's a matter of whose narrative is heard more.
Exactly.
Either the radicals' narrative or the narrative of the mining industry. So I'd like to get a sense, Mike, on what COMP is doing to really get this message across, so that the mining industry can really flourish without interruption.
Thank you. In fact, as I mentioned earlier, we have entered with the NGB, and Attorney Danny Uykeng is there, who was responsible also together with the chamber and with the other officers of the industry, headed by, of course, Dante, Joey, we entered into an agreement of late, and this is, I think, the first time that ever happened, that part of our SDNP, or Social Development Management Program, can be used for the National Information Education Campaign. So now it is a unified National Information Education Campaign wherein government, because MGB is supposed to promote the industry, supposed to promote mining. The chamber is there to promote mining as well as the other associations within the chamber. So now we are working together to make sure that we are in sync when we deliver our messages not only locally but globally, because a lot of the global investors are watching. When I was in Melbourne, I had the chance to meet, as I mentioned earlier, with Rio Tinto. Up to now, there's still a sense of hesitancy because of the environmental issues and as well as the potential flip-flopping of policies, especially when a new government or a new Congress comes in. So they want to see that somehow mitigated.
Sure.
And an effective, efficient, strategic, and consistent and robust information communication plan can be the answer. And if I may say,
sure.
and I think Dindo, Mr. Dindo Manhito, by the way, congratulations again, Dindo, for this, can attest to, he has been conducting surveys for some time now. And then, aside from conducting surveys with political opponents, rather political campaigns, but Dindo, can you share with us that through the years, the needle has moved in terms of the acceptability of mining in the industry in the Philippines? In other words, the efforts of government, the efforts of the chamber have been quite successful. Dindo, can you confirm that it has somehow...
See? Okay.
Oh.
Well, my quick question.
From negative to undecided.
No, that's still an improvement. Hang on. That is still an improvement.
Yes, indeed.
But wait, quick question, Mike. Is this information campaign funded?
Oh, yes.
Okay,
it is funded by the
if it's funded,
SDNP.
you know it's going to happen. But
Yes.
CP, I think you have an opposing opinion about this. Share with us.
By the way, Andrew, I'm a geologist by profession, so
Okay.
this might be more correct, Mike. The products of mining do not directly are not directly used by the general public. Of course, we use our cell phones, spoon and fork, and so on and so forth, but the connection between mining these materials to the actual products that we use, that connection is not that direct compared to, for example, agriculture. Okay, the farmers are doing the work, and it's the food that we eat on the table. So, I was asking all my friends in the mining sector, how come when I go to Pangasinan,
right,
what I buy there would be bangus, and the bangus there would be cheaper compared to Metro Manila.
Okay.
Or I go to Baguio and buy vegetables because it's produced there, and it's cheaper.
Okay.
And so how come when I go to Nueva Vizcaya or to Masbate, I can't buy gold?
Oh,
Because
okay.
there's no connection.
Yeah.
And so that connection has to be made through IEC and so on and so forth, that the metals and minerals that we mine actually benefit our lives.
Very good point. Very good point. On a PR point of view, no? I think that's a very substantial point. We have...
If I may just add very quickly.
Sure.
It's the
May I
also,
ask for 5 more minutes,
yeah,
please?
it's also the effect on the municipalities. That's very crucial.
Yeah.
I think what should be emphasized really in our communication campaign is how does a mining industry actually benefit the communities where they serve.
Correct.
That is very important. That's where it all starts.
True.
And hopefully from undecided, it will become positive.
Okay, let me ask Mr. Bravo. Indonesia is anticipated to produce nickel pig iron, considered a cheaper alternative to making stainless steel. How would that affect Philippine exports of nickel?
Right now, it affected the price of nickel because they produce so much.
Okay.
So that's basically, but on the other hand,
okay. So it's affecting.
That's right.
It's affecting. Now, are there projects coming online for downstream processing of nickel in the Philippines?
Right now, timing is a bit off because low price.
Right.
And we
right.
set up to.
But are there investments in the offing?
I think so. We've seen, how do you put this in the discussion this morning,
Yeah.
that there's critical minerals and the demand is not just in China.
Right.
As I said, the narrative may change because they're looking at, requirements from the US, requirements from other countries. And, we're talking about market diversity. So it's the way to change market diversity is, we have to have some take-up from other countries.
But there are applications, no, CP, for downstream processing, nickel ore, not yet. Hopefully we get that when the president goes to Canada, hometown Canada. Yeah, it's a substantial investment, but we do have to come around to doing that to be competitive, no, and derive benefits from the value added. I wish we had 10 more minutes or 15 more minutes. I have a load of questions still to ask, but I have to cut short in the interest of time. Let me end by asking each one of you just a 1-minute closing remark on why is there reason for us to be optimistic about the mining industry at this point in time? Mike, can you start?
Thank you again, Andrew. Thank you so much. I would just like, the reason that I'm very positive is because we have a Secretary Tony Lusaga. We have I must agree. We have a Secretary Nes Perez of ARTA, who has been working closely with Secretary Tony and with us in the industry to make sure that we simplify the process of the ease of doing business. And we also have a Secretary Beck Go, a Secretary Ralph Recto, and a Secretary Balisacan, who talked earlier, as well as the Secretary Fred Pascual. Yeah. And last but not the least, of course, at the end of the day, it's very crucial. We have no less than the President supportive of the idea to make the Philippines really a big player in the mining industry.
So we have a winning team, huh?
We have a winning team.
Looks like it. We have a winning team. Mr. Eisen, very quickly, what reasons do we have to be optimistic about the industry?
Well, we're communicating right now, and we have a DNR,
Very good point.
MGB with the
Very
industry.
good point.
We have made our comments, suggestions, and they're taking it on board.
But we've been talking forever. But now it's
they're
action.
taking it on board and doing actionable things. That this is doable. This may take some time. This we're doing right now.
Good.
But at the end of the day, it will always be the results that matter. And hopefully, by the end of this year, we'll have all of those.
But there seems to be real movement, no? Real movement with the lifting of
negative to
Okay, Mr. Bravo, very quickly.
All right, two things. It's part of the agenda. It's not part of the policy, to promote mining. The other is there's demand. We have heard it all. So that's also.
Yeah. CP, pwede bang maging 2% of GDP na yung mineral output natin?
Let's ask Roy, Mr. Villar over here, and Yules. When are you guys opening? No, but to answer your question, I guess what's different these days is the open lines of communication.
Right.
They're all my friends. I can call them for any issue. They can call me for any issue that they may have. I think that's
again, it's the confluence of private and public sector now working together. And it's not a hostile environment, it's a cooperative environment. That makes all the difference. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I will end this segment. I wish I had more time or more time to ask, but I hope we were able to give you valuable insights. Thanks, Susan. Thank you.
Thank you very much again to our speakers for that very insightful panel discussion. All right? So we'll go straight to our next panel because we're about 30 minutes behind schedule already. Okay? All right? So our third panel will delve into the regulatory hurdles and bottlenecks hindering the advancement of the Philippine mining industry. Joining us this afternoon are legal experts from the government, private sector, and mining industry to present strategies to navigate regulatory complexities and streamline processes to unlock the full potential of the mining sector in the country. All right, so as I mentioned, we're already 30 minutes behind, so if I may just request our next speakers to limit your opening speeches to just 1 minute to 3 minutes, please. All right? So that this way we'll have more time for the panel discussion. and maybe we can even open the floor for questions from our audience, okay? Thank you. Thank you to our speakers, all right? So our first speaker is the Director General of the Anti-Red Tape Authority. Let us all welcome Honorable Ernesto Perez.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can I have 10 minutes for my presentation? I'm actually requesting for 20 minutes. I only have 4 slides. I start with the premise that mining per se is not bad. So we need minerals to produce many of the things that we use in our everyday lives. What makes mining as an activity good or bad depends on how it is carried out. So we see it depends on whether we have a good or flawed policy, regulations, or standards, or whether or not we have a competent or conflicted, weak regulatory agency, an honest or corrupt government officials, mutually beneficial or onerous contract, trustworthy or responsible or scrupulous mining companies, concerned, socially prepared or indifferent, ill-prepared community, and sound or environmentally destructive mining technology or process practice. So the challenge, therefore, is to do a balancing act. Economic gains versus environmental degradation. On one hand, we need to have a cost-benefit analysis. The benefit must outweigh the cost to make it worthwhile. These costs and benefits must be clear to the stakeholders. On one hand, or on the other hand, environmental degradation must be converted to sustainability by good policies, standards, and efficient enforcement. Moreover, we need to identify unintended consequences to be able to come up with measures to mitigate them. And also, mining sites must follow strictly comprehensive land use program. The Philippines is the 5th most mineralized country in the world, with an estimated US $1 trillion in untapped reserves of copper, gold, nickel, zinc, and silver. Notwithstanding this, its mineral wealth remains largely untapped. Recent statistics from the Philippine Mines and Geosciences Bureau indicate that there are only 56 operating metallic mines, employing around 228,843 workers. In the first semester of 2023, total exports of minerals amounted to almost 2,865 million, and the gross production value for large-scale metallic mining is pegged at 109.1 billion, with 89.5 billion or 0.78% contribution to gross domestic product. So we have here regulation versus ease of doing business. We must put in place an effective and responsive regulatory framework, sound regulations, streamlined regulatory processes. Also revise Executive Order 79 series of 2012. ARTA supports DNR to establish a mining one-stop shop. DNR, the NCIP, and the ARTA, on the other hand, concerned agencies to streamline the processes, including free, prior, and informed consent, mining pre-operation, extraction, and minerals processing. Streamline the business permitting and licensing system. We will see the success of our electronic business one-stop shop for all local government units to follow under the ease of doing business law. Also, standardize LGU and other regulatory fees and ensure national local policies are aligned and congruent. We've done this in the energy sector. We have recommended the template ordinance for all LGUs to follow. We intend to do this also in the mining sector. We must also continuously improve the capacity of our regulators to be able to effectively regulate the industry. Now, of course, very important, we promote participatory governance to enhance transparency, accountability, responsibility, and competition. The most affected sectors must be heard and considered in decision-making and project implementation. A multi-stakeholder institutional framework should be put in place to ensure participatory governance. We have been effective, we've done this in the telco sector through an effective public-private partnership. Now, challenges in the mining sector. Next slide, please. Upon initial movement towards this trust, ARTA has recognized that the sector's potential is hindered by the lack of a more streamlined regulatory framework. Sectoral challenges raised include convoluted processes and charges involved in obtaining mining permits, such as long processing time for actual permit applications, local ordinances that are deemed conflicting with national policies, and impose revenue-raising costs, convoluted application requirements and processes for minahang bayan applications, and for obtaining the free, prior, and informed consent, and the need to have a more sound fiscal regime and standardized tax assessment guidelines for the sector. Now, these hurdles result in inefficiencies, compliance issues, and heightened environmental and social risks. Moreover, the fragmented regulatory environment exacerbates conflicts between national and local authorities, fostering legal uncertainties and administrative obstacles that hinder responsible mining practices. Now, in a positive note, last November, we supported the DNR together with all government agencies as with the support of the University of the Philippines and Public Administration Research and Extension Foundation, or UPAP Respond, under their USAID Regulatory Support Program for National Development. This partnership initiative in the mining sector, both the public and the private sector, led by UPAP Respond and supported by the United States Agency for International Development, United States Trade, and of course Australia is there, and Canada. And our collective mission is to transform the mining sector into a responsible and sustainable driver of economic growth, ensuring inclusivity for local communities. And ARTA therefore will support the DNR spearhead the streamlining of permitting process, making it easier for businesses to navigate. ARTA has been consistently spearheading initiatives, streamlining initiatives in various sectors. I mentioned about the electronic business one-stop shop, on the telco, where we were able to reduce the processing time for permitting system from 868 days to just about 72 days, and the number of requirements from 85 to 35. And with the issues of the President of Executive Order 32 involving even the energization of towers, we expect, and based on study by the Miracle shared with us, it will further improve the permitting process and thereby increasing the issuance of permits. Now, through the whole of government approach, the NMI program that we advocate, a platform key agencies like DNR, DILG, and the NCIP to converge and discuss resolution to perennial concerns in the issuance of permits, licenses, and transactions. ARTA, of course, seeks to collaborate with the Mining Industry Coordinating Council towards the realization of the mining ones, of course, to the leadership of the DNR, pursuant to Executive Order 79, which institutionalizes and implements reforms in the Philippine mining sector. Of course, ARTA looks forward that the regulatory fees imposed by national and local governments relative to the regulation of mining activities in the country, that these fees and charges levied by regulatory bodies shall be justifiably aligned with the actual cost of regulation or service provision. In this regard, ARTA is currently coordinating with the Department of Finance, Bureau of Local Government Finance, on the implementation of its guidelines on the rationalization of fees, on how to enhance and enforce these guidelines. Current processes and requirements shall be rationalized and should undergo continuous improvement. ARTA, with DNR and all other key agencies in the mining, conduct streamlining efforts. For example, the NCIP is currently reviewing the FPIC guidelines to reduce processing times and requirements without dispensing the protection of indigenous peoples. The NCIP, in fact, has sought the assistance of ARTA for further recommendations to enhance the revised FPIC guidelines. Commitments such as allowing timely responses ensure that applicants can proceed with their projects without unnecessary delays. In implementing our program, particularly in the mining sector, ARTA ensures the participation of industry stakeholders, such as the Chamber of Mines of the Philippines, the Philippine Nickel Industry Association, and the Private Sector Advisory Council, supporting, of course, the lead agency here, the DNR, in the discussion. Partnerships with the UPAP, academe, are likewise deemed necessary for ARTA to have a well-rounded and inclusive view of the mining regulatory infrastructure. Thank you so much. I exceeded my time.
All right, thank you very much, sir. Also sharing her insights with us today is the president of Oceana Gold Philippines Incorporated. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for attorney Joan Adachi Katibin.
Thank you, Joyce. Are we all good? More coffee, more coffee? Care of Ding Dong? Anyone? Anyway, this morning, Ambassador HK relayed the story of the questions that she has been receiving from a potential investor. Well, I had the privilege of being at the receiving end of questions for the past weeks. And I agree, the questions are not, is the gold and copper there? They know it's there, no issue there. Second, do they have an issue about, the skill, the dedication of the Filipino worker, of the Filipino workforce? No, there's no issue there. So their issue, and their only concern is what Ambassador HK and I think Mike also discussed a while ago. And the question is the Philippines sure now? Where will there be no change in rules? Will there be no change in policy? What is the support? What's the position of government? Is the government supportive? Si Dindo naman kasi we should have had this forum earlier. Then I would have taken the statements of the secretary and all those who spoke here, of course reiterating that there is the support of government. But I think the bottom line is, I think it's no surprise to all of us, it's very clear to all of us that that is a major concern for our potential investors. No? If we want a responsible miner, a responsible investor, who is going to abide by what they have signed, then the expectation is that we on our side should also be able to abide by the terms that we have signed, whatever the number of years that have lapsed. Probably I'll just end there. Thank you.
Our next speaker is also from the private sector. He is a senior partner at the Fortune Narvaza Salazar Law Firm. Let's all welcome attorney Roderick Salazar III.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you to the DNR and StratBase for inviting me. I've been a lawyer for over 37 years, and at least 25 of that has been in the mining industry. I've seen mining clients come and go. I've seen a couple of clients who are still here, the Masbate Gold project, of which I'm a director and a company secretary, and the FCF project in Renewable, of which I'm also a director and a company secretary. But in all those years, people and mining clients would always ask me, what is the problem with the Philippines? Why are we still at this stage where we claim to be a mineralized country and yet we have not yet taken full advantage of that mineral reserves? And for this afternoon, let me just focus on the issue of permitting. And we know that the exploration permit is the initial mode of entry, and before we can come into a mineral agreement with the Philippine government. And I've then identified certain bottlenecks, and I'd like to focus on 3 points. And really, this is the MGD process. With all due respect to the MGD director and the DNR secretary, it's been a bit slow, if I am to be diplomatic. The experience has been, and has been noted earlier, that the permitting, even for an EP, takes about 2 to 5 years. And a significant part of that is the requirement for the NCIP certification precondition. And this alone is a very complex process. Takes about 2 years, 3 years, depending on the IP that you're dealing with. And the third element is the local government unit, the need for and endorsement of 2 out of 3 of the local government units. Again, a complicated process, a very political process. In my dealings as well with mining clients from Canada, from Australia, from other countries, we have compared the processes. And I was with the mining mission that Ambassador Yu kindly organized. And I was surprised to learn that in Western Australia, in Perth, you can file an application online, and upon further research, I am told, and I've seen as well, it takes 15 days for them to approve an exploration permit application. In Canada, the Fraser Institute has a study that in Saskatchewan, about 80% of the respondents would say that it takes about 6 months only. And in other regions as well of Canada, 6 months is the average. In Indonesia, they tender the process. They have a tendering process for applications. And it takes about a month for them to reach the tendering process. So all in all, the process is quite slow in the country, and perhaps it brings me to recommendations on streamlining the EP application process itself, because we know that the EP takes about 6 to 8 years, with the end in view of converting this into a declaration and a mineral agreement. So, for the MDB, please consider online application, and I think you are already. Develop tools to be more proactive, technical conferences rather than sending of letters left and right, taking ages for us to receive them. Then consider the issuance of an executive order that streamlines the EP approval process, setting up a one-stop shop, as repeatedly been suggested today, to process all permits that are required and to accept all government fees. We see an infrastructure flagship projects under EO 59 that was issued in April 2024, the Energy Virtual One-Stop Shop Law, which was also issued. These are models for us possibly to consider. And of course, for the FPIC process, the NCIP, in conjunction with the Department of Energy, is willing to reduce that process to 105 days. I would wonder whether they would also consider that. And the ARTA Secretary has told us that they probably are. And for LGU, may I suggest that instead of a favorable endorsement, proof of consultation should be enough, rather than having to wait for every 3 years with political elected officials doing their own thing in order to gain favor. So ladies and gentlemen, that is just a short introduction from a lawyer who's been either frustrated or happy with the political process and the MDB process as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Attorney Salazar. Now, also with us today is the former Chief of the Mining Environment and Safety Division of the Mines and Geosciences Bureau of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. Let's all welcome Engineer Michael Cabalda.
Secretary Tony Gonzaga, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, much has been said by the last speaker, and I felt my paper would be my anticlimactic already. But allow me to share with you the historical context, because I've been through the revitalization program of government starting in 1995 and 2004. To reflect on the lessons from the past revitalization efforts, and then move on to the current landscape, especially on the challenges and opportunities provided by the transition to a green economy which has increased the demand for critical minerals, offering a lifeline for the Philippine mining sector, especially for nickel and copper. The slide you are viewing has been curated from previous DNR and MGB presentations offering a visual narrative of the historical context surrounding revitalization efforts within the mining industry. The journey to revitalize the sector began earnestly in the late 1990s, with the Mines and Geosciences Bureau coming up with a national minerals policy for the first time, promoting sustainability through responsible mining. That was the first time people were talking about this thing. Then it culminated in the issuance of the Executive Order 270 as amended, which signaled a proactive stance towards promoting responsible mining practices. EO 270 directed the formulation of a minerals action plan to provide strategic directions, rules, and regulations for the exploration, development, and utilization of the country's mineral resources. And moreover, it led to the creation of a Minerals Development Council and a broad range of policy reforms, all meant to strengthen the mining industry's competitiveness and prove that mining as a development option can be responsible and sustainable. For many of us from MGB, me included, I shared the view that the Minerals Action Plan, the industry's comprehensive revitalization roadmap, was an almost perfect complementation to the Mining Act of 1995. Next slide. You'd see some of the 12 policy agenda, and they all look familiar to you. Sustained mineral exploration program, streamlining procedures, clear and stable, predictable regulatory policies. This one, ecological integrity of areas affected by mining, including biodiversity. 12 policy agenda, the only one missing, if I remember correctly, was a statement on climate change. But then, political realities, however, derailed the implementation of the Mineral Action Plan. Culprits, lack of continuity in government, absence of an active lead organization to shepherd all departments concerned in the implementation of the MAP. Brought about by EO 79, further compounded the challenges. Specific concerns which have been mentioned many times: slow permitting process, lagging mineral exploration, absence of investment promotion, environmental protection, remain unsatisfactorily addressed, contributing to the sector's stagnation. Today, the Philippine mining sector faces a myriad of challenges, and not surprising, these are the same challenges the map was designed to address. The difference, the level or degree of difficulty has increased. Certification, precondition, and certificate of non-overlap continues to be a hard-to-secure document. The required endorsement of a mining project by the Sangguniang Barangay, Bayan, Panlalawigan concern continues to pose delays in the approval of the declaration of mining project possibility. I've been asked to wrap up, so I'll just go straight to the conclusion. In conclusion, the path to mining revitalization in the Philippines requires learnings from past experiences, harnessing existing frameworks, and embracing innovative approaches. By adopting the principle of certainty in permitting, continuity of policy in government, and transparency, we can provide a certainty to investors and unlock the full potential of the Philippine mining sector. Thankfully, and I heard it now, the current administration under President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. recognizes the untapped potential of the country's mineral resources and has shown a renewed commitment to optimizing them. Maybe we have mining rehabilitation 4.0. Thank you very much.
All right. Our final speaker for this panel is the chairperson of of the National Commission on Indigenous Peoples, Ms. Jennifer Pia Sibog-Las. Unfortunately, she won't be able to join us today, but she sent us a video recording for her speech, so let's all listen in.
Our colleagues from the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, headed by Secretary Antonia
from the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, headed by
Secretary Institute, our friends from the mining sector, esteemed guests, and participants of this conference, good day to all of you. Mapyan alaw kanilang. Foremost, let me honor our Heavenly Creator and our ancestors for this amazing opportunity given to us today. Second, I want to extend my sincerest apologies to all of you for not being with you to participate in this pivotal engagement. Please know that though I may not be there with you, my heart goes to all of you supporting this momentous undertaking. I am speaking before all of you to share with you the initiatives and insights of NCIP in relation to addressing the bottlenecks in the Philippine mineral agenda and to express the Commission's wholehearted cooperation in revitalizing the Philippine mining industry. Today, we gather to collectively propel a shared vision, providing renewed vigor into the Philippine mining industry with the consideration that it is not just a driving force that will help in boosting the Philippine economy, but most importantly as a catalyst for inclusive progress and sustainable development. Alongside the goal to revitalize the mining industry of the country is the need to recognize the invaluable contributions of indigenous communities as custodians of natural resources. The exercise of indigenous knowledge, systems, and practices serve as a cornerstones in ensuring the sustainable development and management of ancestral lands and their resources. Hence, in striking a balance between supporting the government's trust and attesting the agency's advocacy to recognize the ICC's IPs as development partners for mining development, NCIP has issued a total of 198 certificate of condition for mining and exploration projects located inside ancestral domains. With these numbers, we can conclude that NCIP has been supportive and progress has been attained, but still challenges persist. Such challenges includes the establishment of a fixed royalty rate for indigenous peoples and several concerns on the existing free, prior, and informed consent process. To address such, the NCIP will explore the possibility of resolving these issues during the enhancement process of the FPIC guidelines to ensure fair and justifiable compensation for our IPs in relation to the royalties and other benefits they are entitled to receive. As to the possibility of having a single FPIC process, we are already implementing the single FPIC process, which covers all stages of the mining process, processing the CP application in accordance with NGB's endorsement. Considering that the various stages of mining activities have diverse impacts on indigenous communities and their territories, tailored approaches to consultation and benefit sharing agreements are necessary. Lastly, the FPIC guidelines provide a standardized process, but the decision-making process varies based on the customary laws of the concerned indigenous peoples or indigenous cultural communities. This includes determining whether the community decision will be made by elders, leaders, by the community members represented through households or other means, because some ICC's IPs are directly affected and will be the ones to decide. Their decision will then be supported by all indigenous peoples within the entire ancestral domain. Furthermore, the aforementioned issues have been taken into consideration during the enhancement of the FPIC guidelines and will be further discussed during the stakeholders consultation on May 14, 2024, aiming to balance economic development with social and environmental considerations while upholding the rights of the indigenous peoples. In summary, NCIP is one of the nation in stemming new sustainable and responsible mining and exploration projects on the condition that it gives due regard and consideration to the welfare and participation of our indigenous brothers and sisters, acknowledging their indigenous knowledge systems and practices as radices of innovation to more responsible and sustainable mining. Finally, may this engagement be our platform to harness the power of collaboration, promote the value of community engagement, and to advocate the ethical value in sustainable mining.
We will go straight now to our panel discussion. So may we invite once again all our speakers on stage. We have BG Perez, Attorney Adachi Kapiling, Attorney Salazar, and Engineer Cabalda, please. And to moderate the discussion, may we call on Attorney Patricia Bunye, Senior Partner and Deputy Managing Partner for Administration at Cruz Marcelo and Penetrantia Law Firm, and the founding president of Diwata Women in Resource Development Incorporated. Thank you very much for this opportunity to moderate. They are playing musical chairs. Anyway, I'm very happy that Mike Cabalda gave us a framework to work with by going back in time to all the attempts to revitalize the industry. So we're forever revitalizing and hopefully not, as Joey Ison said, resuscitating or resurrecting. Hopefully it's all upwards with all the positive messages that we've heard throughout the day. But we cannot discount that after decades, we are plagued by the same problems. And hopefully, after our discussion, we'll come up with concrete recommendations. And in fact, my friend Vicky Salazar already posted some concrete recommendations. To go to what Mike said earlier about the Minerals Action Plan being a very comprehensive document that already addresses or was designed to address the problems that are plaguing us. And tying that with the recurring theme that one of the most pressing problems really is the permitting process. Are there specific points that you would like to highlight in the Minerals Action Plan on permitting in terms of doables that we can achieve within a year or so, because we cannot lose time?
Thank you, Attorney. As far as permitting is concerned, to my mind, when it comes to the DNR family itself, the system existing can fix what are the problems that they've seen. It can be done internally. But the ones that would be problematic would be the ones who are outside, like the NCIP and the LGU. Those are the two items recurring. Every speaker that you've heard talked about those things. And I'm happy that they are having a revisit by May 14th, according to. Hopefully they can go back, in fact, to the first DAO on the NCIP, which is much more workable for me, as far as I'm concerned. The new one that they have in place, it's a bit messy and, sorry for the word, but that's how it is. Because I have gone through the process of the FDIC myself when I was with the private sector working for Holtz in Philippines. I've gone through that, so I know how difficult it is to work on the NCIP. On the LGU side, kind of difficult to say it now, but the impositions have been so difficult. It seems to be expanding and growing, not even within the bounds of the law that we know. So something needs to happen, probably a meeting of the minds, maybe a more focused sectoral meetings with the chamber, the DNR and LGU, so we can work on those items. Individually, maybe we can try that aspect.
Thank you very much. Secretary Perez, I was struck about what you said, and I hope I understood it correctly, that for the telecoms industry, you were able to reduce the required signatures from 800 plus to about 72.
The required documentary
Required
requirements.
documentary requirements. And I was wondering, sir, how exactly you went about this, and how may we do this in the mining industry?
We work together with the concerned government agencies and the private sector. And with the issuance of the President of Executive Order 32, which extended the validity of that joint memorandum circular that we signed together with all concerned agencies, it even expanded the coverage to include the energization of these towers. And we would like to do the same in the mining sector. And we have started meeting already, of course, under the leadership of the DNR Secretary, with the Chamber of Mines, the mining sector. We have signed an MOU that is a good indication that all concerned agencies are really serious about implementing these reforms. But what better assurance that we have a president, and which one of the 8-point socioeconomic agenda is promote bureaucratic efficiency and the marching orders to all government agencies to streamline and digitalize processes. And he has shown this by way of Executive Order 32, Executive Order 18 on the Green Day, recently the Executive Order 59, which is actually streamlining and digitalization of processes for big ticket investments. We can do the same in the mining industry. And ARTA is there to connect the hurdles, challenges mentioned earlier about dealing with LGUs, dealing with NCIP. Of course, ARTA is there to connect, facilitate, because we have the mandate to check or review on the citizen charter of each and every agency covered. And we are there to evaluate, determine whether the processes are streamlined, and of course with the support of the ICT on the digitalization process, we can do this. Streamline and digitalization of process in the mining sector.
Sir, I was just wondering, in dealing with each of these agencies, did you encounter resistance to the reforms to streamline?
Of course, initially, but with the private sector there that can validate directly the comments, the reports by the government agencies. I think they're more careful in, and it works faster because I from experience with assigning the President Executive Order 32 on the telecommunication and tower infrastructure. We already had 3 workshops with not only with the government agencies concerned, but even with the private sector, and that has proven effective.
Thank you very much, sir. Joanne, I'd like to ask about the experience of OceanaGold, it being a successful model for the industry. It has renewed its FTAA, among other things. Your listing is ongoing. So I'm sure that you had many obstacles along the way. How did you successfully address these?
Well, we can only do so much, right, to what we can control and to the extent that we can push. We just have to do proactive engagement, onboarding the regulators early on, walking them through the process, especially for smaller permits, no? Our regulators are 4 hours away from our mine site, no? And 7 hours from port, from the port to the mine, no? So it's just having actually the tool. So we do have a dashboard. Our legal permitting and compliance have all of the permits on hand. We file way earlier, taking of course into consideration the fact that there may be lack of manpower also from the regulators, from MGB, etc. So we try to adjust and push and work with what we have. No? Of course, along the way, there are bigger challenges. For example, you would like to think that the Mining Act is very clear to say that an FTAA holder, for example, can use aggregates, the gravel, without need of a permit, right? But if the local government unit says no, you need to secure a quarry permit, then there's an issue. That's one, for example. Or you have a certificate of non-overlap saying that the area is not in an ancestral domain, except that you have to have an undertaking to the effect that in the event there is going to be a declaration of ancestral domain, then you have to undergo FDIC. For us, we understood it because the NCIP still needed time to complete the mapping. But I know that there are other investors who couldn't accept that risk, no? The possibility of having made an investment and the possibility that they may be required to actually undergo a process where the answer can be no, right? From the Indigenous Peoples Committee. So there are challenges, no? Another one, for example, is the Mining Act will say these taxes, for example, will not be collected from the contractor, but the BIR will not interpret it as exemption because the word used is not exempt, right? So these things where, in the ideal world, if all of these agencies would have talked about it, then maybe we don't have to go to court or seek a Department of Justice opinion, right? And we would not have to go through some other processes. But again, I'd like to think that there are lessons to be learned. That's why we're sharing this, from these experiences. So we just managed to, do whatever we can to push, the merits of our applications, and but there are challenges indeed still along the way.
I'd like to tie what you said about onboarding the regulators with a point that Secretary Perez mentioned in his presentation about capacitating the regulators. What are some of the concrete things that we could do in this regard? Secretary?
Well, as to the issuance by agencies of new regulations, the law provides that regulation must be subjected to regulatory impact assessment, ensuring that regulation is subjected to proper consultation, does not cause unnecessary burden to the agencies and to the public. That is our mandate of conduct regulatory review. Of course, we continue to train agencies concerned, and of course, one requirement for all agencies to follow is the requirement that they must have a completed citizen charter, and that they must declare all the services that they render to the public, including the requirements and fees to be paid. And the BIR is even not exempted, it is covered. So the BIR cannot just impose a regulation making a different interpretation unless this has been subjected to proper consultation. And I assure everyone that ARTA is there ready to connect, ready to help and facilitate. And so far, we have been proven effective because agencies, whenever we request them for a meeting or clarificatory meeting, they come, they attend. So that and of course, with the presence of the private sector, there is more compulsion to improve their processes.
Sir, you mentioned the coordinating function of ARTA, but I do recall even in the early 2000s that within the mining industry we had the Minerals Development Council, which served to coordinate the efforts of all the agencies concerned in mining. And then in an earlier session, there was reference to the need perhaps for Malacanang to be on top of things. And now with the President being so supportive of mining, perhaps it's time to bring back that sort of body for mining.
But that is probably before ARTA. Because ARTA has that twin mandate not only to capacitate agencies but even to investigate violations of the law. It requires them to be transparent in the requirements and one basic regulation that all covered agencies must observe is that they cannot impose a requirement on top of what is published in their citizen charter or impose a fee on top of what is published. That's why we conduct regular, if not on-the-spot review of the agency's citizen charter, and we really encourage stakeholders that whenever they deal with any government agency, they must first look into that agency's citizen charter.
Thank you, sir. Vicky, in your comments earlier, you had very concrete suggestions to address the complicated and political permitting process. And of course, there are things beyond our control, but as you said, you've been in the practice for so long. Have you reflected on how we may reduce the political interference or friction?
I'm planning to retire because of the problems in the mining industry. Just to address your question, I do understand that there's a lot of politics involved, especially in the LGU endorsements. And I've always advised my clients and non-clients as well that one way of addressing it is to respect the process, respect the government agencies, respect the stakeholders in the community, and of course assert what you think is the best way of having the project benefit the locals. So there's one way of doing that, and that is engagement of, as Joanne said, engage with the communities, engage with the politicians, and hopefully, of course, their promises of delivering as well with their obligations in respect of the endorsement would last beyond the 3-year period and withstand any changes in the elected political officers. And the secretary mentioned the Citizens Charter. I was surprised that each and every agency does have that, but it's probably honored in the breach rather than in the observance. But I'm hopeful that with the ARTA there, that an emphasis on sticking to what they state is really the number of days, the processes in the Citizens Charter would be complied with by the government agencies.
Thank you. I got a sign that we're on our last 2 minutes, so perhaps we should end by asking all of you, what's really at the top of your wish list?
I'd like to start with that one. I take a different view from Secretary Perez, with all due respect. I think the presidential declaration would mean a lot when it comes to pushing for the revitalization of the mining industry, similar to what President JMA did. And when you go back in history, in 1976, during the time of the father of the president, there was a presidential declaration saying that mining industry will be the industry of the 70s. And when that happened, everything worked. Their policies that were delivered quickly. So to my mind, a presidential declaration by an executive order would really mean a lot for all of us.
We have all the programs, initiatives in place. What we need really is the real implementation of these programs. And with the support of the private sector, you can help us implement them. And we have been proven effective in all the programs, initiatives that I've shared with you. All you need to do is help us and let us know if you encounter any challenges or problems from any covered agencies, including the local government unit. It is our pleasure to serve. So the question that I'd like to address to everyone is, how can we help? How can ARTA help you? Thank you.
Well, I guess from me, it's really closer coordination and alignment among the agencies, the different national agencies. Because so funny, at a lower level, we have what we call a community development fund, where we actually have as members of the committee representatives from the regional offices of the NCIP, NEDA, DILG, CHR, and it's working wonderfully. When we talk about permits that are needed for small, these are not big projects, small projects, like an ECC that's going to be needed for a project or a water supply. And it's working because all of the people are there and they all understand the context and they all understand what needs to be done. And for me, I just hope that can be replicated at a national level with the bigger issues and the bigger concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. To me, I think it's an immediate issuance by the department of perhaps an executive issuance that would really streamline the permitting process And I do recognize and I'm thankful for the openness of the DNR to conduct a summit like this and to discuss with the chamber and with the other elements of the industry and come up with views and with steps that would improve the processes in the approval of mining applications.
With that, we would like to close our panel, and I'd like to thank Secretary Perez and my friends Mike Cabalda, Joanne Adasi-Katiling, and Vicky Salazar. Good afternoon.
All right, thank you very much again to our speakers and to our moderator. So we're supposed to have a coffee break at this point, but since we are already 30 minutes behind, we're not going on break. But we're having snacks served for all tables, and if you wish to have coffee, you can also ask our dear waiters here. All right? So we'll now proceed to our next panel discussion for today, where we will look into how environmental, social, and governance, or ESG principles, can be leveraged in the mining sector to drive sustainable socioeconomic development, environmental stewardship, and effective disaster risk reduction initiatives. To start the discussion, may we call on our first speaker. He is the president of the Union of Local Authorities of the Philippines, the chairperson of the League of Provinces of the Philippines, and the incumbent governor of Quirino Province. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Governor Dakila Dax Kua.
So, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. First, I would like to extend my congratulations to Secretary Maria Antonia Tony Yulo Loizaga. Please give her a round of applause. And of course, President Dindo Manhit of Stratbase, also a round of applause for Dindo, for organizing this important event. I am truly honored and grateful for the invitation to participate in this panel discussion on ensuring sustainable mining practices and leveraging ESG for socio-economic, environmental, and DRR program. LGUs are at the forefront of enforcing environmental standards and safety protocols in mining operations within their jurisdictions. Through rigorous permit issuance and monitoring, LGUs will be able to ensure that mining activities adhere to sustainable practices and ESG principles, mitigating adverse environmental impacts and safeguarding community welfare. It is therefore imperative that we invest in the technical capacities of our LGUs to strengthen regulatory oversight and compliance in line with ESG principles. We have to be able to empower host LGUs to incorporate ESG criteria into mining operations permit issuance and monitoring to mitigate environmental risks and promote responsible resource extraction. Furthermore, local communities should benefit from mining activities through job creation, infrastructure development, and economic diversification. A mechanism to allow this has been in place since 32 years ago. The Local Government Code provides that the proceeds from the share of local government units shall be appropriated to finance local development and livelihood projects. And by leveraging these resources, LGUs can promote economic diversification, job creation, and improved social services, thereby enhancing socioeconomic, environmental, and disaster resilience within their respective communities. However, realizing the full potential of these resources requires increased transparency in the extractives industry, improved intergovernmental transfers, strategic planning, and effective governance at the national and especially local levels, and strong community engagement. We must therefore collaborate to enhance local capacities for monitoring and enforcing environmental standards and safety protocols in mining operations. This involves investing in training for officials and staff and developing monitoring technologies to ensure compliance with ESG criteria and effective resource utilization. Additionally, LGUs must integrate disaster risk reduction and climate adaptation measures into mining governance to prepare communities for potential hazards. Finally, we need to encourage and utilize the quasi-fiscal contributions of mining contractors to strengthen local communities. We need to ensure that LGUs are consulted and their input is considered to ensure that the SDMPs are tailored to local needs and contexts. By collaborating with national agencies, industry partners, and civil society, we in the local governments can advocate for policy reforms that prioritize environmental protection, responsible resource management, and community well-being. Again, thank you and good afternoon.
All right, thank you very much, Gov. And our next speaker is the president of the Philippine Mine Safety and Environment Association. Let us all welcome Engineer Luis Sarmiento.
Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of the Philippine Mine Safety and Environment Association, we would like to thank the DNR Secretary Mayra Livelihoods and the staff-based ABI Institute, headed by Mr. Dindo Manhit. Thank you for inviting us to this part of the event, as part of this event. The topic of this particular panel discussion is very close to PMSEA's heart because our pillar program, the Pusong Minero, is precisely dedicated to addressing disasters. Let me direct you to the screen for a very short video presentation.
Pusong Minero, PMSEA's core of volunteer ERPs from mining companies, helps in search, rescue, and retrieval operations during natural calamities, man-made mishaps, and other disasters needing emergency response. Pillar programs of PMSEA helping people the best way we know, sharing our unique expertise, over-prepared for disaster and calamities. It was launched at the 58th Annual National Mine Safety and Environment Conference in November 2011. And since then, it has become the forerunner in risk disaster response. In the 1991 earthquake in Baguio, our miners were the first to respond with expertise in landslides and collapsed structures. Before the birth of the local PMRRO, before LGUs were mandated to organize rescue units, we already had Pusong Minero. We signed a MOA with NDCC, now NDRRMC, and worked with Butch Maley and Rapa Lopa of Philippine Disaster Resilience Foundation. The first operation of Pusong Minero as Pusong Minero was during Typhoon Sendong in 2011. We stayed for 1 month in Cagayan de Oro and Iligan, and we provided 120,000 liters of water and 2 million worth of relief goods to some 8,000 families. Through the years, Pusong Minero has been a reliable partner of LGUs in their search and rescue operations. Through Pusong Minero, we hope to give our kababayans hope amidst death and destruction. The landslide that hit Barangay Masara in Davao de Oro on February 6, 2024 saw the Pusong Minero volunteers converging at the ground zero and the evacuation center with the widest array of equipment, tools, and basic essentials, all in the spirit of malasakit. Today, Pusong Minero is a spontaneous reaction, and like a true miner, Pusong Minero is truly a heart ready to serve and save lives.
Thank you very much. And that is what Pusong Minero is all about. Today, the spirit of sharing and saving through Pusong Minero is already automatic. While I used to send out requests for help whenever a tragedy or a disaster struck, last February 7 was very different. Suddenly, without any prodding from me or anyone among the PMCA Board of Directors, Pusong Minero mobilized. And just the other day, the ERTs of Oceanagold's DDQ mine earned praises for helping the victims of methane poisoning in the town of Bambang, Nueva Vizcaya. Thank you, John. Ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the day, it is us, the people who make sustainability a reality. Pusong Minero is only as effective as the steadfastness of the commitment of our core of ERT volunteers to help in times of disasters. Mining companies have all the tools necessary to incorporate EESG into all aspects of our operations. We help foster equity by providing livelihood opportunities. We protect our environment through our annual Environmental Protection and Enhancement Program, and in fact, many of our mining companies, Apex Mining included, are now working on reducing our carbon footprint by tapping into renewable sources of energy. Our annual social development and management initiatives are geared towards social development. For one thing, I am fairly certain that the collective numbers of scholars supported by mining companies would run into tens of thousands. And the multi-party monitoring approach ensure adherence of mining companies to mining laws and regulations, leading to good governance. But how will these EESG programs help push sustainability? I firmly believe that EESG, or economic/equity, environment, social, and governance, can support sustainability if, and only if, we continue to promote and practice responsible mining. At the end of the day, it is us, the miners, by our actions, who will make EESG a relevant contributor to the national growth and development. Magandang hapon po at maraming salamat sa inyo.
Thank you very much, Engineer Luis Sarmiento. Our next speaker is the Undersecretary for Strategic Communications at the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Yusek Marilu Ernie.
Good afternoon. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. I would like to begin by saying that I am not an expert on ESG, more so ESG in the mining sector. What I'm bringing to this afternoon's conversation is simply based on my experience in having worked with the biggest oil refining and marketing company in the Philippines, in a corporate foundation, in a consortium of private sector corporations, to a public-private partnership, and now as a member of the DNR family. So from having been engaged in traditional CSR programs to more strategic CSR, to sustainability and sustainability reporting, on to ESG, on to thinking risk and resilience, where we promote the integration of resilience in the core business value cycle of corporations, and where we call for investing in DRR and climate action for resilient development, and where shared value is created for all. Last night, I did a quick look at some of the yearly reports of some mining companies and observed that the reports range from annual reports to CSR reports, SDG reports, sustainability reports, adopting different reporting standards. And in most of these documents, the environmental, social, and governance components are well articulated. What you see on the slide is a snapshot of some of the socioeconomic, environmental programs and projects of the mining sector, taken mostly from your respective SDMPs. Much has been done in the mining sector in terms of going beyond ESG compliance and shifting towards more transformative commitments and action. What Secretary Loizaga has always espoused and continue to promote is sustainability and going beyond ESG to ESG plus resilience. Next slide, please. The nature of the risks in the mining sector require embedding resilience within your mission, core business, and ESG programs. Next slide. This means that we should look at resilience and sustainability as mere options to be placed in your CSR agenda. Can you just go back to the previous slide? The mining sector's ESG agenda has to reflect disaster risk reduction, adaptation, responsible mining, climate action, environmental sustainability, biodiversity protection, water security, sustainable livelihood in your policies and programs. Apart from the environmental impacts of your operations, we must also look at the social implications across the mine to market value chain. What does this mean for your stakeholders, particularly your host communities? The DNR is open to working with you in ensuring that the development and implementation of your ESG frameworks further integrates the SDGs, and that the link between your environmental impact assessments and sustainability reports is enhanced. DNR has held consultations with the sector to see how we can enhance the SDMP of mining companies to align with SDGs and guarantee positive and lasting impact for communities. Earlier, USEC David talked about current initiatives like negotiated sustainability and resilience agreement and supplementary SDMP DAO. Talking about SDGs, next slide, there are 25 targets related to DRR in 10 out of 17 SDGs, firmly establishing the role of DRR as a core development strategy. The question we would like to pose to the mining sector is, how do we effectively balance people, planet, and purpose? How do we further enhance your SDMPs to make them more strategic? How do we translate ESG plus R into action? The next slide shows some strategies for overcoming ESG and sustainability challenges in mining, particularly addressing environmental, social, governance, economic, and climate change challenges. On the part of the DNR, we have embarked on a program called Project Transform, or Transdisciplinary Approach for Environmental Sustainability and Resilience through multi-stakeholder engagement, as we move towards a more coherent and collaborative platform for a convergent pathway for environmental sustainability. With this program, what we are aiming for is not just enhancing our socio-ecological systems, but achieving resilience for all. It is a nexus approach to ecosystems resilience and takes into account a stronger connection between national, environmental, social, and economic plans and priorities, and sustainable development at the local level. This complements your SDNPs as Project Transform engages all stakeholders for community-driven innovations for ecosystems resilience, enhancement of human well-being, and inclusive growth. It embraces a whole of society, whole of government approach. Finally, the path to ESG plus R is not easy, but the reason why the transition towards it is simple. It makes good business sense. Incorporating ESG plus R into mining companies' strategy reduces risk, enables compliance, attracts investment, and creates long-term value. Finally, it is a significant step towards an inclusive and resilient economic growth in development. Maraming salamat po.
Okay, thank you very much, Yusek Ernie. Also joining us this afternoon's panel, is the country manager of Planet Labs PBC. Let's all welcome Mr. Shi Shen Wong.
Good afternoon, everyone. To the Secretary, Tony, to basically I think Prof. Dindo as well as distinguished guests and private sector partners, I think, for this conference. Thank you for having me here today. I have a lot of slides here actually, but I won't cover it, okay? But I wanted all of you to get a sense of the imagery that we talk about as well. Because later I'll just frame this up. In this world, in all verticals, whether it's mining, energy, there's basically, I think, three mega transformations, economic shifts. The first one is digital transformation. What we heard today, I think, is basically the digital transformation of the government in terms of streamlining the process, the permit applications as well. This is already a good step, but continue the journey to basically look at digital tools, okay, to basically help improve productivity for all you do in the mining sector as well. So digital transformation will continue. Second, what we call the mega shift that we see is sustainability transformation. So while we focus on the commercial aspects of bringing, I think, economic benefits to the Philippines, the sustainability portion must not be neglected as well. So we actually need to look at this very holistically and balance all our priorities together. And the last bit is the effect of what we call transparency. So we talk about getting different stakeholders together to basically discuss. Today, everyone is on a platform, okay? To basically be transparent in terms of our views, what works, what does not work as well. So transparency is a very important element. So at Planet, we actually offer data that provides transparent view of the land change and land use on the ground. So whether you are an indigenous stakeholder, you can actually see how the mining operator operates throughout the land as well. Are they infringing into another site as well? And likewise, for other stakeholders from the government and even from the operator itself, am I actually taking care of the environment while I'm doing operations? So these are all the three mega trends, and you see this in every industry, not just in mining, in the energy, in the defense intelligence, and all other stuff. So set the stage at the top level when we look at these economic shifts. The other economic shifts that we see from a regulator's perspective globally, in terms of financial standards, we talk about CSR, corporate sustainability reporting. And ISSB has already set up the financial standards for climate impact disclosure. This has been adopted and mandated in many of the mature nations. And very soon, Philippines will need to follow suit. Okay, so this is something that will come probably very soon as well. At the same time, you also have ESG as well. So ESG, as you know, is environment, social, governance. This is a framework both for looking at risks as well as opportunities. And if a company and organization adopts very good ESG, basically I think it will work well with all the stakeholders. You will basically achieve all the mission in terms of environment, social, and governance. But in the area of environment, which I'm more concerned of, especially I think from planet perspective, for the mining industry, I think the key things that we typically look for, I think in the first area, of course, will be toxic emissions and waste from mining. Second will be carbon emissions. Does the organization have to go net neutral or net zero as well? So for ESG, it's very important to have KPIs in terms of the objectives that you want to achieve with this. And based on this objective, you go in and measure yourself. So what we call an MRV approach. Measure, reporting, and validation. So that is the process that a lot of the other organizations worldwide are actually looking at as well. The other important aspect as far as the environment is looking at the water element, the water stress. Okay, when you produce from the tailings management perspective. And the next thing, and more important, is from a natural capital perspective. While you're given the permit to operate over that parcel of land, the surrounding environment, how often do you monitor it? How do you gauge the biodiversity loss as well as the impact? How do you basically do reforestation, afforestation, and rehabilitate the mining ground after the yield has gone out from the land as well? So these are some examples that later I'll share with you imagery to show you, I think, what has been done in other countries. In particular, the imagery shown will be global nature. There will be some examples from Indonesia as well, because they are a very mature market in terms of mining. Yep, so next slide, please. Yes, so quickly, just a brief introduction. Planet is basically the largest Earth observation company. We are actually a tech company. So we provide an API platform providing satellite imagery data. And we basically image the whole world on a near daily basis, like a line scanner, as we have 200 satellites that orbit along the Earth. These are fully owned, operated by Planet. Next slide. Yeah, I'll skip this. Next slide. Yeah, skip as well. Skip. Next. 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 Okay, next. Yep. Back one slide. Back one slide. Back one slide as well. Yeah, so this is basically how satellite imagery is used throughout the mining life cycle. If you look at this, essentially I think from the exploration stage, you can actually use satellite imagery to basically detect the land change, land use on the ground. The hyperspectral satellites also has the scientific capability to detect the mineral classification, because spectral reflectance will be unique for each mineral, for example for nickel, for gold, silver as well. In the tailings management portion, that is very important because this is basically waste from the minerals kept in the pond. And improper management okay, affects the social portion as well as environment for ESG. From social portion, it's about getting your employees in mining to walk through a tailings line. It may be hazardous as well. And from an environment perspective, what if the tailings pond break? Okay, I have examples of that in imagery that shows the destruction of not managing or mitigating the risks of tailings. That, of course, will be disaster response. As you know, I think Philippines has one of the highest disasters in the world. So if we operate a mine, have we considered the risks as part of ESG, the impact to the disasters, whether it is through flooding, earthquakes, typhoons, cyclones as well, or fires as well. So that's another area. And lastly, I think I talked about rehabilitation services, where you can actually use satellite imagery to basically, monitor and validate as well from all multiple stakeholders. So if I'm an indigenous community, I have access to this imagery. I know that the government, I know that the mining operator has kept their responsibilities. That is one approach to create trust. I think I heard a lot about trust as well in today's forum. So visually seeing this allows you to create more trust. Next slide. Yeah, next slide. Next slide. Yeah, so this example of how imagery you can see in terms of the deforestation portion. So from an environment perspective, you can actually go in and monitor this. Next slide. And down left, the tailings point as well. And this can actually be measured as well because these are all geo-referenced as well. Next slide. Next slide. Yep, next slide. Yeah, so this is an example of an incident in South Africa mine, where the tailings basically flow through down to the right, affecting, okay, the inhabitants in the nearby town. This is the impact that you can see. I wanted to show this so you can understand the impact of why is it so important to do that. Next slide. Yeah, next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Yep, so another example for emergency response, I think we talked about that just now. Next slide. And this is use case for tailings management as well as for flooding as well. We set up imagery, you can actually monitor the extent of the damage as well and potentially dispatch emergency response to where it is needed. Next slide. Next slide. Yep, so this example is about illegal gold mine. Next slide. So these are essentially the area, and you can see there's basic points where they actually show the illegal mining tools. Things like the traditional suction machines, okay, at all these yellow box locations. Next slide. And this example captured from a newspaper media of how this illegal mines were done. So very good example, I think, where illegal mines appears and you don't get a permit. It affects also the profitability and operations of the mines who have done due diligence to apply the permits. You have the ability to also monitor this through satellite imagery. Next slide. Yeah. So another example for Indonesia, next slide. Where this is a formal mining site, next slide. And they basically done the rehabilitation for the forest. Next slide. You can turn on the multispectral bands. These are hidden bands that allows you to also see the extent of the forest reforestation or afforestation and potentially measure the carbon mass of this as well. And this will also give you an indicator of the biodiversity impact as well. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah, so I'm going to the end. Next slide. Yeah, so the next few images are some examples for Philippines. The first one is the Dipito Gold Mine, Luzon, Philippines. Next slide. It's a high resolution imagery. Also the high resolution imagery, but showing the tailings point as well. Next slide. Next one is the Botilang Copper Gold Prospect, Northern Luzon. I believe this was recently, I think the permit was given as well. is taken on April 2024. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah, and the last but not least, the Samira coal mining. Okay, and this is the area of where all the land, the island has basically been mined. Okay, so this gives you a very good understanding. It creates transparency as well because all stakeholders can basically see this as well. Yep, I think that's it for me. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Chishan Wong. Finally, we also have with us today a partner at Price Waterhouse Coopers Philippines. Let us all welcome Mr. Pocholo Domondon.
So good afternoon to friends in government as well as friends in the industry. I think similar to a good majority of you, we've been through different life cycles of the Philippine mining industry. I think three, if I am to count it already. I think from the mining boom to the moratorium to the mine audits that we've done, the open pit ban, as well as now with the underscore of the development of mine through the PDP plan as released into by NEDA. In all of this, I think maybe just similar to an ore, hopefully the industry, regardless of whether it has been crushed, smelted, forged by fire, is that we've come up into a finer product at the end of all of this journey. But consistent across all of this transformation, regardless of whether the company is under exploration, development, commercial operations, and even under care and maintenance, is that mining companies have not necessarily shied away from its social responsibility. I think, interestingly and ironically, into the nature of the business, albeit the finite resources that would have to be mined, is that mining companies are tasked basically to come up with sustained outcomes, as well as make sure that the benefits of the mining operations would be felt at a long-term basis. In mind you, the answer is not necessarily to operate in perpetuity. Next slide, please. With the ESG agenda in mind, basically, from a business perspective, it encapsulates efficiency from energy as well as from waste utilization. It also opens up, essentially, mining companies into different markets, and hopefully that will be able to reduce the cost of capital, the cost of funding, whether that be loan as well as through equity. At the same time, ESG also promotes trust, governance, and further collaboration between, of course, the mining industry as well as government. Interestingly, a study also conducted by PwC is that we've seen that manpower resources plays a role also with regard to ESG. Essentially, most of the millennial workforce would wish to participate as well as to be associated with organizations that have a clear purpose as well as ESG in mind. But more than the business, next slide please, what we've seen from the industry is that it has, again, not necessarily shied away from this social responsibility. True to the matter is that the SDMP, which has already been institutionalized through the Philippine Mining Act, as early as before the ESG has been aptly advocated. The SDMP has been there, and likewise also certain commitments as far as 2002 to 2027 have already been pledged into by the industry, amounting and aggregating to about $30 billion, 30 billion pesos, mind you. And the actual expend from 2022 as well as 2002 to 2022 has already reached 13 billion. But needless to say, even with the SDNP, the industry, also together with government, has not necessarily, again, shied away from further developing with regard then to the implementation of the SDNP. I think as Yusek David, in his presentation in one of the mining conference, did advocate for the alignment of the SDNP with a number of different SDG goals. We know for a fact that only a number of different SDG goals are now being targeted into by the SDNP, and hopefully all of those 15 would be achieved once that collaboration has been completed. Likewise also is that we've seen other social engagements implemented into by the industry, not only in SDNP, but likewise also in mine monitoring, particularly on environmental stewardship as well as environmental protection. And this MMMP is actually a collaboration with a number of different stakeholders within that community. It's equally represented as well as participated into by the industry, by the local host community, as well as by government. Likewise also is that we've seen the integration of biodiversity with regard then to the FMRDP or the Final Mine Rehabilitation Plan, and likewise also into the SDMP. More than, of course, social development, next slide please, governance has also been atop of the agenda of the mining industry, and a number of different initiatives have already been institutionalized, particularly with the EITI participation that started back then in 2013. And that has already also garnered certain awards and distinction for the Philippines when it was recognized as the first compliant report globally in 2017. Outside of EITI, the Chamber of Mines has also implemented into TSM, which really advocates a number of different sustainable measures with regard to the whole business operations of the mining industry. And as a matter of fact, for 2024, 10 mining companies will now have to undertake certain mining audits and reviews under that TSM framework. If we also go by with the stock exchange or with the Philippine Stock Exchange, a good 19 entities, 19 by next week, will now become or are now also listed as well as considered as public companies. It not only basically opens up the mining companies into public ownership, at least 20%, but it also mandates essentially high level of disclosure through annual corporate governance report as well as sustainability reporting. Other than, of course, all of these social development as well as governance, a number of different initiatives and pillars are also in the offing. Next slide, please. Of course, we do have the net zero initiatives that most mining companies are also planning. I think we do know also for certain companies that are already basically preparing and constructing their own solar generating facilities within their mine site. Likewise also, IFRS or the Accounting Sustainability Reporting, which will come online in 2025, that mandates certain disclosures to be attached as part of the audited financial statements of companies. We also have seen enhancement of value chains, making sure that all of the partners within the supply chain, vendors, contractors, and also maybe all other professional service firms are aligned with regard then to the whole ESG agenda of the mining company. And ultimately, in the Philippine Development Plan, other than of course underscoring the value of downstream activities, it also introduces payment for ecosystem services that essentially bodes with regard then to the whole utilization of ecosystem as well as environmental resources. I think in summary, hopefully with the ESG agenda in mind, it further promotes camaraderie, collaboration, as well as trust, and likewise also further communicates to the different stakeholders, other stakeholders outside of the mining industry, that social development and mining operations, particularly social, responsible, as well as sustainable mining operations, are not necessarily mutually exclusive. Thank you and good afternoon.
Very much. So at this point, we will now proceed to our final panel discussion. So may we invite once again on stage our speakers, Governor Dax Cua, Engineer Sarmiento, Mr. Shishan Wong, and Mr. Dumondon, please. And to moderate our panel discussion, may we call on Attorney Karen Jimeno, Director and Chief Legal Counsel of Softcap Partners, PR and Policy and Regulator Consultant, and Senior Disaster Risk Management Consultant at the World Bank.
So I know everyone's feeling tired from a whole day of the forum, so we'll make this very precise. So based on everyone's presentations, we'll have one question in relation to what you discussed. I'll start off with Governor Dax Cua. Governor Dax, considering your experience not only as a governor but also as president of local governments, what mechanisms can you suggest that we put in place to ensure long-term benefits would really be felt by the communities where mining operations are located?
Thank you, Karen, for the question. To be very concise, so that's to save time. I think the policies that we have currently are very well appreciated. It requires a lot of consultation between the community, especially the local government officials, and the mining contractor or the operator. So this necessarily aligns the development that the community will benefit from the SDMP that is mandated to be aligned with the provincial development plan or investment plan. So that means that everything that the operator will invest in will be aligned with the goals of the community, of the province, and of the municipality. Also, we have noticed, especially in my own province in Quirino, where a lot of the employees of the operator are really from the community. This gives the community a sense of ownership of the project, and it really empowers and upskills the workers in the community. And in certain cases, we've even seen some community members being deployed to other mining sites of our contractor in other countries. So it's becoming a global economy. It's really making good shape. So yeah, I would say that close collaboration with local government, employing as much talent from the community works well to give a sense of ownership. But those are not new ideas, those are really already in place. It's a matter of making it happen on the ground.
Thank you, Governor Dax. I'll go now to Engineer Luis. It sounds like you have a lot of experience on the ground, and this is also through the Pusong Minero. Based on what you've seen so far, what do you think are the common challenges that the different mining companies face in terms of integrating responsible mining? And what do you think are some of your recommendations to overcome them?
Thank you for the question, Karen. I think, the industry is not really strong in trying to communicate what the industry positives are. And that's one of the challenges of being in the mining industry, because we're not competing about a particular product. We are operators, we are producers. So it's very difficult to promote the industry per se as you're promoting a product line. But as I've said, that's why we're very particular about pushing and launching every opportunity, one of the strengths of the industry, which is the search and rescue and retrieval operations, to educate and to help the community in times of disasters and calamities. So I think over the years, we have seen how it grows. We have seen the spirit of volunteerism has really sink in. And I can see, and this is attested by several incidents that happened recently, one of which was in February in our own mine site, and the other day was in the mine site of Oshanagor, where the mining companies, out of the spirit of volunteerism, came to the rescue without even asking for their help, but going there, asking what they can do to help, deploying their ERT teams, providing relief operations. And it's inspiring to see how the industry has really gotten together to help the communities which they serve as their host communities.
Thank you, Engineer Luis. So it sounds like a lot of good is being done, but the bigger challenge is also how that is communicated to the public. Pocholo, you're the only person here who talked about the business side of mining and ESG. How do you think financing companies and financial institutions can encourage the integration of ESG frameworks within their business?
I think even with more recent capital raise as well as bond issuances, is that we've seen certain investors, particularly financial institutions, that now mandate basically an ESG score. So that basically now mandates and really requires now certain companies to undertake these initiatives and activities in order to be more open to certain capital. Otherwise, what we've seen is that if ever that certain companies will resort to traditional, it carries with higher interest and higher costs as well. So now we've seen that this is now really being pushed by a number of different investors. And I think even locally, some of the banks here will also require then some of the ESG score to be likewise also be published also by these companies.
Since you answered very precisely, I think there's a room for a follow-up question. Is the Philippine finance market mature enough to factor that in, or is it still driven by revenues?
We've seen a start. At least certain strides have already been made into by financial institutions. But of course, if we are to compare it with, let's say, other mature environments as well as economies, it may not necessarily be still at that level. But I think optimistically, we've seen that there is already that commencement of the process, and now financial institutions and likewise also local investors are more aware and as well as more conscious.
Thank you so much. Undersecretary Malu, you mentioned Project Transform, which I think it's a great program that also involves multi-stakeholder engagement. Can you give us an idea as to whether this is still a concept or it's already being implemented, and can you give us more insights as to how this really addresses the unique needs of local communities in terms of reaping the benefits of mining?
Thank you for your question. Please stop me if I'm answering lengthily. Yeah, okay. We started Project Transform under the administration of Secretary Laizaga. The idea as Transform means it's a transdisciplinary approach towards resilience and environmental sustainability through multi-stakeholder engagement. That sums it all, no? It is a whole of society, whole of government approach. And really the idea is to be able to make every stakeholder a co-owner in the development and integration of a climate and disaster program, resilience program for the local government unit. So features, our implementing partners here, by the way, are the National Resilience Council, the Philippine Business for Social Progress, Peace and Equity Foundation, First Philippine Holdings, and the Swilig Family Foundation. So together with our lead implementing partners, we are engaging, and this is a call for the corporate sector here, to be able to be part of a program that embraces the entire range of ESG plus resilience. So there's a program promoting the environment, environmental sustainability, but it also embraces programs related to human development, which are in your SDMPs, local economy, infrastructure, as well as human security. So through a very strategic action planning process, a master work plan is drawn up, or a roadmap is drawn up by the different sectors. So we engage here the local government officials led by the local chief executives, our partners from the academic community, and then the CSOs, of course, the academe. We have started this in the province of Bataan. We're also in Ormoc, in Siargao. We started this in Rizal, in Bohol, and we're moving to Lanao del Norte, Palawan. The idea is to be able for all the regional executive directors to implement this in every region embraced by the DNR. So yeah, we believe that we have made significant progress in terms of specific programs related to the pillars that I just mentioned. But what I'd like to say here really is to emphasize that this is driven by the local chief executives, by the local government officials. So leadership is key here, and the other key success factor here is to be able to identify champions in the local government units to push for it, so that we are just there to support, to reinforce and make sure that all the sectors, the different stakeholders are involved.
Thank you, Undersecretary Marie. That sounds, Marilu, sounds very impressive, and I think it's good that Governor Dax is here to hear this as president of ULAP, so you can collaborate after this. And then lastly, Mr. Shishan, I actually teach a course on ESG metrics for the Masters of Law program of Sanbeda, and I think I can ask a more technical question considering your technology. Within the industry of ESG worldwide, there's always a challenge of uniformity of data, and even the sustainability reports, you can't compare apples to apples, considering a lack of really uniform guidelines. Given that there are technologies that allow for monitoring like your company, what are your suggestions, you think, in terms of standardizing the ESG reporting and disclosures in order to have uniformity in the mining industry in terms of impact, benefits, and also mitigating risk?
Sure. I think, thank you for your question. I think that's a very good question. I think it boils down to the data. Okay, the data standards, and whether is it localized or global as well. And how recent is the data as well? Do you get the data every month, every week, every day, or once a year, or once every 5 or 10 years? So I think it's a problem in that industry. So I think what Planet is trying to do in terms of solving that problem, we focus on the key high impact climate related indicators. So I think the first one I think that is quite relevant to the mining industry is that later on this year, we'll actually be launching a hyperspectral satellite. And we are working with an NGO called Carbon Mapper. They will actually be mapping out the CH4 methane as well as CO2 emissions globally. And they are able to detect, for example, for CH4, they're able to detect from 50 kilos to 150 kilos kind of sensitivity. So the whole purpose is not to detect the small plumes, to detect the really high impact plumes. For example, methane can stay in the atmosphere about 20 years or 30 years. CO2, 300 years. So that's that whole impact that we're looking at. So that's one piece that we are focusing on for the mining industry. The second one, of course, maybe not related to the mining industry, but it's related to more of the forestry carbon. But there also could be some linkage and dependency on the mining, because while you look at sustainability going to net zero, you may want to also look at your parcels of land where you also basically, I think, conserve portions and grow forests as well over those areas. We have actually coming out with a global data set for carbon mass, okay, globally, and that has already been released last year, 10 years of global carbon from 2012 to 2023. And this year, we're actually going to launch a full basic data set for quarterly monitoring. Because while you take the data, you have to ask yourself, what's the temporal nature of that data? Because you can come up with very good frameworks, principles, permits, policies, regulations. It's the execution part that I think is really important. And that's where I think like PwC, they come in to do the assurance side. As a mining company, do you often monitor your sites for both the ESG portions as well? Are there tools using technology to do that as well? So the standards are not there. So I think what we see is probably a transition phase where you see elements that are standardized data, but there's also elements that where you have to make assumptions. You have to show that the data that you derive from has its basis from an empirical scientific approach. So for our end, I think for carbon, it's basically derived empirically. We put out validation reports, you will write peer review papers. You can come in and challenge our methodology and our data set. So that is that open transparency that I think is very important for the industry, especially comes to the data portion.
Thank you, Mr. Shishan. Unfortunately, we have to wrap up our panel. And but I think just knowing how extensive the work is, like this is a good start that we know that we need to integrate ESG plus R, thanks to the DNR. integrating that framework in mining practices is very important, but then we have a long way to go, especially when it comes to figuring out the details, including the monitoring aspect, which means we have to refine the reporting part from the mining companies. But thank you everyone for joining us today, and that concludes our session for this panel. Thank you.
Hello. All right, thank you very much again to our speakers and to our moderator. All right. So, okay, I'll explain what will happen next while they're preparing the stage. Okay. So the past month, the Department of Environment and Natural Resources and the Philippine mining industry have been holding consultations and alignment meetings. So these engagements were aimed at having stakeholders from both sectors collectively address issues and chart a course towards a more productive and responsible mining industry. So the DNR, the Chamber of Mines of the Philippines, Philippine Mine Safety and Environment Association, Philippine Mining and Exploration Association, and the Philippine Nickel Industry Association collectively recognize the significant role of the mining industry in the economic development of the Philippines and the imperative to safeguard the environment for future generations. So in this light, the DNR and the Philippine mining industry will be signing today a joint declaration of policy reforms as an expression of their commitment to responsible stewardship of natural resources and the promotion of sustainable and responsible mining practices that adhere to the highest environmental standards and contribute to inclusive and sustainable development. So through this declaration that they will be signing this afternoon, they resolve to collaboratively pursue policy reforms that will enhance regulatory frameworks to ensure the protection of biodiversity and the rights of local communities, promote the use of environmentally friendly technologies and rehabilitation of mining sites, encourage transparency and accountability in all mining operations, strengthen the enforcement of environmental laws and regulations, and create a conducive and stable policy environment. So they commit to engage with all stakeholders, including local communities and indigenous peoples, to ensure that all voices are heard and considered in the policy-making process. And they will establish a joint monitoring and evaluation mechanism to regularly assess the impact of mining activities on the environment and socioeconomic conditions of host communities. So at this point, we will allow me to call on stage USEC CP David to read the commitments of the DNR and Mr. Resi. And Attorney Joan Adasi Catile, Oceana Gold Philippines Incorporated President, to read the commitments of the mining sector under the Declaration of Partnerships and the Policy Reform Agreements. So, Attorney John.
So as explained by Joyce, we did pre-conference meetings with everybody. In a way, I asked the mining sector, what are your asks from government? And in return, these are our requests from the mining sector, and we agreed on several points. In a way, Attorney Joan, this is like a marriage vow. Sec, yeah.
May turn ba?
Yeah, Attorney Joan, are you ready? You'll be the bridesmaid. If I'm not up to par, we have other USECs here. Attorney Joan, to your choice.
Let's do this.
All right. Okay, so this is a joint declaration of policy reforms. So we will hold each other accountable. I don't know if we have to hold hands, but maybe not. Between the Philippine mining industry and the Department of Environment and Natural Resources.
So Article 1, Commitment to Sustainable and Responsible Mining Practices. We hereby declare our joint commitment to promote sustainable and responsible mining practices. Your turn.
Mas maraming commitments yung mining sector. So, all yellow, yes.
Okay. Promote the use of environmentally friendly technologies and rehabilitation of mining sites. We are committed to adopt the most efficient technologies to ensure the judicious extraction and optimum utilization of mineral resources. Encourage transparency and accountability in all mining operations. The mining sector is committed to remit to government the full and correct taxes, royalties, and fees required by law to be paid for the exploration, development, and use of mineral resources.
The DNR in turn will exert efforts to encourage investments in minerals processing by providing much needed incentives and strategic support. Furthermore, we are committed to uphold the ecological integrity of areas affected by mining operations and to protect public welfare. And we will do so in full cooperation with the mining sector.
We are committed to comply with all laws, rules, and regulations relevant to protecting our environment and to ensure best mining practices and continuous improvement of our operations and processes. The mining industry also accepts a proposal of assigning a DNR personnel in each mining project to assist in monitoring compliance with various DNR rules and guidelines. We welcome hosting an embedded DNR personnel who will report directly to the Secretary for any mining and community concerns. The mining industry commits to establish an ethics committee responsible for overseeing the environmental, social, and governance performance of their members to uphold and promote the highest standards of practice.
The DNR is committed to streamlining the administrative process in the evaluation and issuance of mineral agreements. We promise that the digitalization of exploration permits and MPSA applications will happen in the next few months. The DNR commits to developing parallel processing applications with other government agencies. Number 2, exploring the possibility of honoring IP-initiated free, prior, and informed consent. Number 3, developing mining project prospectus. And number 4, providing guidance on lands suitable for exploration. The DNR further commits to coordinate with other relevant government agencies such as the DILG, DOF, and the MICC to address industry concerns such as exploring the possibility of establishing a fixed royalty rate for IPs and appointing a senior public official from the national government to assist mining companies. Uy, dami ko pala ng commitments. The DNR further commits to work towards the inclusion of a representative from the mining industry in the MICC.
For monitoring and evaluation, we will establish a joint monitoring and evaluation mechanism to regularly assess the impact of mining activities on the environment and the socio-economic conditions of affected communities.
We recommend to inventory and document all the CSR projects of mining companies beyond the SDMP in order to establish the total ESG contributions of the mining industry to the community.
So in conclusion, in witness whereof we have set our hands to this declaration as a symbol of our unwavering dedication to the principles of environmental conservation and sustainable development.
Thank you.
So at this point, we will do an... Okay.
Now we call on our ninongs and ninangs to sign. Joyce,
Okay.
who are our ninongs and
Our
ninangs?
ninongs and ninangs are to sign the joint declaration. We call on stage Secretary Tony Loizaga to sign for the DNR, and then Mr. Ronald Residoro for the Chamber of Mines. Attorney Dante Bravo for the Philippine Nickel Industry Association, Engineer Luis Sarmiento for the Philippine Mine Safety and Environment Association, and Mr. Joey Aison for the Philippine Mining and Exploration Association. And to act as witness of the signing, may we call on Strat-Based Institute President, Professor Dindo Manhit. You can actually see them signing there on the screen. All right. Photo opportunity with everyone. Alright. And on that note, thank you very much again to all of our esteemed guests, speakers, panelists, and to everyone who joined us in our mining conference. Again, let's give everyone a round of applause, please. So to formally close our conference, we still have one more speaker left, please. Okay, don't go home yet. We still have one speaker left. So to deliver the closing remarks, we have the Secretary of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, Honorable Maria Antonia Yulo Loizaga.
First of all, thank you very much for sticking with the program. Those of you that are the die-hard supporters of the mining industry, you've all remained. Or maybe it was the ensaymada, which is actually going on. But Governor Dakila Daxqua, Professor Dindo Manhit, of course, Excellencies and members of the Diplomatic Corps, our beloved Canadian Ambassador and Australian Ambassador, partners in the Philippine mining industry, the private sector, colleagues in government, good afternoon. Our Secretary of ARTA, Secretary Ernesto Perez, thank you very much for being here and staying all this time. We are indebted to you for helping us streamline all our processes at the department. As we come to close this morning's and afternoon's mining conference, we're reminded of the pivotal role that the mining industry must assume in revitalizing the Philippine economy, while providing quality jobs, protecting and rehabilitating our ecosystems, and supporting climate action, while fostering inclusive and resilient growth and development. Under the leadership of President Ferdinand Marcos Jr., responsible mineral development has emerged as a fundamental pillar of this administration's agenda. This strategic emphasis on mining underscores its critical significance in the government's medium-term economic strategies meticulously outlined by our esteemed economic team that you heard from this morning and this afternoon. Moreover, amidst the existential threat of climate change, mining assumes an even greater significance. The global transition towards renewable energy and electric mobility necessitates the responsible utilization of our abundant mineral reserves and positioning the Philippines not only as a source of raw materials, but a pivotal mineral processing hub in the region. When the DNR and StratBase set out to plan this conference, we agreed to make it a purposeful event. Thus, not many know that several pre-conference meetings were held and documents shuffled back and forth between the industry leaders and the DNR. The choice of speakers was deliberate, and the design of the panels focused on distilling critical inputs to needed changes in legislation, policy, and practice that stem from working within the features of a nearly 30-year-old law. This has resulted in the declaration, of course, that we just signed. The declaration is a first step. It aims to promote transparency, predictability, and progressive governance within our extractive industries. To us, this commitment to good governance sets the stage for a paradigm shift in the mining sector, one that prioritizes sustainability, resilience, community welfare, and environmental stewardship. To the industry, I hope that the declaration signals this administration's commitment to addressing some of the long-standing issues in the mining sector. A few pertinent agreements in the declaration are the following. As you heard in the marriage vows between CP David and Ms. Joanne, DNR commits to a more streamlined permitting process. We started with the EP agreement applications and the MPSA digitalization, which should lead to faster and more transparent processing of applications. Increased representation of the mining sector in government decision-making. We commit to advocating for the private sector membership in the MICC, as well as open consultation with the sector for all mining-related regulations. A joint commitment to a closer working and more productive working relationship. One, by placing the DNR personnel in each and every operating mine, and two, by designing social development projects to achieve the SDGs and climate and disaster resilience and environmental protection, including biodiversity conservation, rehabilitation, and when needed, in fact, the possibility of investing in offset projects to achieve net positive impacts. Here, the ESG goals and these goals find a convergence. Let's jointly envision a competitive value-adding Philippine mining sector that propels national advancement while upholding the highest environmental standards. The opportunities ahead are great, provided we navigate wisely with the right laws and policies and commit to a constructive working relationship. Needless to say, this government is itself committed to foster the appropriate investment climate through stable, equitable, and competitive policies guided by the best available science, engineering, technology, and innovation. By harnessing our mineral wealth with responsibility and sustainability, the Philippine mining industry can emerge as a potent driver of economic resurgence and social development while fortifying our nation against future challenges. This requires a collective commitment and action that embodies ethical stewardship intertwined with economic vitality for the enduring benefit of the Filipino people. As we embark on this journey, let us strive for a mining industry that not only fuels economic growth, establish our own environmental and national security, but also stands as a model of sustainable and inclusive development for generations to come. Thank you very much and mabuhay po.
Thank you very much, Secretary Loizaga. And that ends our conference for today. Once again, thank you very much to everyone who joined us today, especially those who stayed until this hour. We hope to see you again in the next conference, and have a good day. Have a good rest of the day, everyone.